2-minute warning. Good evening, everyone. We're going to call this meeting to order. We're convening first in our capacity as the local planning agency. Roll call, please.
Mayor Weinberg,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bloom. She's coming in through Zoom. Vice Mayor Bloom, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Friedland,
Present.
Commissioner Joel.
Here.
Commissioner Cruz,
Here.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Here.
Commissioner Stern.
Here.
Mr. Wasson.
Here.
Mr. Myers. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's very nice to see so many people here. Many months we get very lonely, so glad to see that you're all here. And I'm assuming that as we do, you all love our country. I would ask everyone that can to please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Strange as it seems, we're going to recess the LPA right now and go to the commission meeting so that we can get a couple of things done quickly. I'm going to call the commission meeting to order and ask for roll call.
Mayor Weinberg.
Here.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Here.
Commissioner Friedland,
Present.
Commissioner Joel.
Here.
Commissioner Cruz.
Here.
Commissioner Dr. Marks.
Here.
Commissioner Stern.
Here.
Mr. Wasson.
Here.
And Mr. Myers. You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the manager if there's any additions or deletions to the agenda.
Not at this time, Mayor.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to do some special presentations. And I think we'll start with the Employee Service Awards.
Good evening, everybody. Can I ask Captain Chalem to come down? It is good to see a lot of people because this is a part of the meeting that we talk about an employee who served the city for in 5 years, 10 years, and 15 years, and more. Captain Chalem has been with our police department for 15 years. And I'm going to just go over some of the facts and some things you should know about him. You would be surprised to know that he was a former airline pilot for American Airlines. He's a licensed and a helicopter pilot. But over the course of his years in policing, he's been a SWAT team leader, patrol officer, patrol supervisor. He currently heads up and deals with personnel training and particularly defensive training tactics. All of our officers who come into the department have to pass by him in their defensive training and tactics. He's a black belt in jiu-jitsu, so don't mess around with him because he might surprise you. One of the great things to know, he's just something you should also know. He's just been promoted to captain. Captain in the Aventura Police Department isn't a test that you take, but it's somebody that has demonstrated qualities that we want to have leading our department. So it's not something that's automatic, but it comes with earning the respect of your chief, your upper supervisors, and the people that he leads. On patrol, which he spent most of his career, it's the kind of guidance that officers need day to day, the common sense people who we like to see, the road warriors, the people who are out there every day on the street protecting and stopping cars and watching out for people that are doing things wrong. And Captain Chalem or Jaime has been one of those people. So very happy he's been here 15 years, and I'm very happy that he was promoted recently, and he's congratulations. Okay, good move.
Is Lindsay Shook or Sari Cruz here? I don't see them, but I want to read this proclamation. Whereas gun violence touches every segment of our society through its impact on people of all ages and increases the probability of fatalities in incidents of domestic and other acts of violence. And whereas the first Friday in June has been designated as National Gun Violence Awareness Day in memory of Hidayah Pendleton, who would have celebrated her 26th birthday in June of this year had she not been the victim of senseless gun violence at the age of 15. And whereas this day honors the many lives that have been cut short by gun violence in our country and supports efforts to reduce gun-related crimes in the United States, as well as encourages all to wear orange in recognition and support of these efforts. Whereas the city of Aventura would like to honor and remember all the victims and survivors of gun violence and to join Moms Demand Action in Miami-Dade County in their efforts to raise awareness, to reduce gun violence throughout our country and this beautiful country throughout our county and this beautiful country we all call home. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Howard S. Weinberg, as mayor and on behalf of the City Commission of the City of Aventura, Florida, do hereby proclaim June 2nd, 2023 as National Gun Violence Awareness Day. And we will get this to Moms Demand Action. Let me add that late last night, I returned from the U.S. Conference of Mayors in Columbus, Ohio, where one of the things that I did was to join the group, the organization, Mayors Against Illegal Guns. So that is a priority here. And I want to also thank our chief, our police department for helping with the awareness. Thank you very much. So at this time, we have a special video presentation. The video is by Miss Sophia Orozco. Sophia is a freshman at Don Sofer Aventura High School. She's also one of the Aventura Police Department Explorers, and she works with ACES, which is Aventura City of Excellence School. She works with the dance coach, Miss Arguelles, on Wednesdays, and she tutors students in math. She wanted to speak to our community as a way to spread awareness about Tourette's syndrome. Sophia was diagnosed with Tourette's syndrome while she was at ACES. And by speaking out, she's letting others know about this disease. This month, from May 15th to June 15th, is Tourette's Syndrome Awareness Month. In an effort to spread awareness of the disease, Sophia will be working at ACES and at Don Sofer High School to continue to make others aware of those who suffer from this. Sophia could not be here tonight. We are going to present her with a special award for her efforts next month. I hope you'll all be back. And at this time, though, there is a short presentation so you can hear from her in her own words. Let's see it, please.
My name is Sofia Orozco. I am a student at Don Sofer Aventura High School and finishing my freshman year going into my sophomore year. I learned that I had Tourette's syndrome around 3rd grade, where I started going into tests and I wouldn't be able to focus because my eyes were blinking too much or my head was moving too fast. They were also known as tics, like involuntary movements. I have one other girl in my school that I'm pretty sure has Tourette's syndrome, so I can see it in her. And so sometimes when I'm looking at her, especially during testing, I get tics a little. About 1% of people have Tourette's syndrome. I always try to hide it from other kids because if I had Tourette's, I would go to the bathroom or something. I usually deal with it by eating healthy and sleeping well. In the past weeks, I've had a lot of tics because there's been testing and I've been really stressed, and that activates my tics a lot. Outside of school, Tourette's syndrome can affect me a lot sometimes when I'm with my friends or if I'm having like a sleepover. For me, having supportive friends with my Tourette's syndrome is so important for me because they try their best to support me in every way they can, and they always actually help a lot with that. My teachers, when I have Tourette's syndrome, they usually excuse me out of class, and they always try to find ways to help me. Many people do think Tourette's syndrome is a lot about cursing quickly, or in movies, they really demonstrate it something really different to what it really is. From May 15th to June 15th is Tourette's Syndrome Awareness Month, and I urge people to learn about it and educate themselves rather than using what's being shown on movies and shows that might not be true.
Let's hear it for Sophia. I'm a little bit worried. She looked a little too comfortable sitting in my chair, so. And finally, I just want to share a little bit of good news. For the first time in the history of Aventura, we won an award for video production, thanks to our communications vendor, Public Communicators Group. Yesterday, they were awarded a Gold Vidi Award for a video entitled Michael Stern, Colorectal Cancer Awareness. That's this commissioner, Michael Stern. Since 1995, the Video Awards are judged and administered by the Association of Marketing and Communications Professionals. 15 Video Awards across a multitude of categories were awarded within the state of Florida. We are the only award winner in Miami-Dade County, not just among city governments, but the only award winner. So congratulations to Evan, Jan, and their team at Public Communicators Group. And congratulations to our city. We're now a video award winner. And thanks for doing great work for Aventura, and especially thank you for bringing public awareness to your battle, Commissioner Michael Stern. You are a very, very brave man. And a good friend. With that, we'll move on to item 5, the consent agenda. I'll ask if the manager or any members of the commission needs to remove an item.
No, Mayor, nothing.
Okay, then I'll ask for a motion to approve. I'll ask again for a motion to approve. Commissioner Cruz, and a second, Commissioner Joel. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland,
Yes.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes,
Motion passes.
great. Now we will reconvene the LPA. And recess the commission meeting. Okay, so I believe we're on item 3, approval of the minutes. I need a motion to approve. Commissioner Stern, I need a second. Commissioner Cruz. We have a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Friedland,
Yes.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes,
Motion passes.
okay. Item 4, public hearings. Motion recommending adoption of the following ordinances. So there's going to be some quasi judicial procedures invoked for items 4E and 4G. So I would ask the city attorney to provide the procedures for
Thank you,
quasi
Mayor.
judicial.
As you indicated, items 4E and 4G on the local planning agenda are quasi judicial in nature. They're zoning hearings as such. The quasi judicial procedure of the city shall be invoked for these items as indicated next to each item. If you wish to object or comment upon these items, please inform the mayor when public comments are requested. An opportunity for persons to speak on these items will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on the items. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation for these quasi judicial items. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you refuse either to be cross-examined or to be sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the commission to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk. Those are the procedures, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. And Madam Clerk, can you swear in those wishing to offer testimony on 4E or 4G?
If you will be speaking on items 4E and or 4G, I need you to stand up, raise your right hand, and be sworn in at this time. These are only for these 2 items, 4E and 4G. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Madam Clerk, if you could read the ordinance for 4A.
Or an ordinance of the city of Aventura, Florida, amending the city of Aventura comprehensive plan by amending objective 2, policy 2.2 of the land use goal and the future land use element to allow densities not to exceed 70 dwelling units per acre in the town center land use category, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in a comprehensive plan, authorizing transmittal, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to adopt, please. Commissioner Joel, a second. Commissioner Stern. Mr. Community Development Director, can you review this item, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. For the public, my name is Kevin Klopp. I'm the Community Development Director for the city. And I do have a presentation. Because there are so many items and because we don't have frequent LPA meetings, local planning agency meetings, I'm going to take just a moment to give a little summary of what we're doing here tonight. So the local planning agency is a recommending body to the city commission. And there are certain state laws that require the city to have a local planning agency and to hold public hearings before those recommendations can be made. So tonight there will be 3 projects presented to the local planning agency. Those 3 projects encompass 7 of the 8 agenda items in front of the LPA. And then the last LPA item is a staff proposal to change some of the land development regulations. As I mentioned, state statutes require anytime there's a comprehensive plan amendment or a land development regulation change that the LPA hold a hearing regarding those things. Those hearings are then followed by a recommendation from the LPA to the city commission. So you will be hearing those items again later this evening as you reconvene as the city commission. Those 7 proposed ordinances, actually 8 proposed ordinances that you'll be hearing tonight. There are 2 types of hearings, and we talked a little bit about this already. The city clerk, city attorney mentioned there are legislative items, which means the impacts of any changes are applicable generally, not to specific properties, but they're changes to the overall rules. And then there's quasi-judicial hearings, which are actions that are specific to a property. So what we're doing tonight in some of these cases is changing the rules and then applying the rules. So you're changing the rules generally in the comprehensive plan, which is the city's long-term, more general plan. And then the quasi-judicial hearing, you are now applying those changes to a specific property. Okay. As I mentioned, there are 3 projects encompassing 7 agenda items. The first is a project called Icon, and I'll go into these a little bit. There's 2 items on the Icon, but what I need to stress is these hearings tonight are not project approvals for the LPA. When we get to the city commission, there is 1 project approval, but at the LPA, you're not approving any projects. You're changing the rules for the general plan of the city, and then you're applying the rules to parcels of land, but you are not hearing these projects. But I put them on the screen so you know what you're talking about when you're considering changing the rules. So you have Icon, Aventura Corporate Center, which is just 1 item, and then you have Tall Aventura, which is 4 items. Now, all of these projects have been presented to you at City Commission workshop. So you won't be seeing anything tonight that the City Commission hasn't already heard about. But again, what we have to do is set things up, change the rules before they can even apply for these proposed projects. Then when we get to the City Commission meeting, you will be seeing 4 items: Icon, Aventura Corporate Center, Tall Aventura, and the last one, which is a project request for approval, Aventura Harbor. And I wanted just to point out the location of these 4 projects for the public to know what we're talking about. Icon is here basically in the center of the city, just south of the Lehman Causeway, just east of Biscayne Boulevard. It's actually our neighbor from the government center here to the west. Sorry. The Aventura Corporate Center is up on Biscayne Boulevard at Northeast 207th Street. It's an existing office complex with a proposal that's coming forward. Tall Aventura is down on 183rd Street, just about a quarter mile east of Biscayne Boulevard. And then the final one, Aventura Harbor, which is at the intersection of Northeast 34th Avenue and Country Club Drive. But that's at the city commission meeting. We're right now in the local planning agency meeting, and the first item that is on your agenda is 4A, as you heard read, is an increase in density in the town center land use category of the comprehensive plan from 25 units per acre to 70. Aerial photograph, this is actually from a couple of years ago, looking to the south from the Lehman Causeway here. Here is the government center, and the Hilton Hotel has actually been built here, but I wanted to show you this aerial photograph because then here, same aerial photograph showing the Hilton now built, and this building here and parking garage here is what is called the Icon project that's being proposed. You can hear more about that later during the city commission meeting if you would like to. But as I mentioned, for now, all we're doing is talking about the comprehensive plan for the city and the rules. So the comprehensive plan has different categories in the plan as to the general land use for certain areas. Town center is here. Now you're looking at the Lehman Causeway, east-west here, and Biscayne Boulevard, north-south. So this hatched area here is the town center land use. There's also a portion of town center land use up here where you have Aventura Corporate Center and Park Square. You're familiar with Park Square. That has the town center designation, as does this area down here, which is the Aventura Town Center and Government Center area. So what this change would do is increase the allowed density in those two areas from 25 units per acre to 70 units per acre as a long-term plan. This isn't the zoning change. This is a long-term vision of what could go in these locations. So, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like me to go right into 4B, which is also related to Icon, I could do that, or you could just deal with 4A first and then move on to 4B.
I think it makes your presentation easier. Just go right ahead.
Okay. So then 4B is a little bit more specific, and it is a proposed zoning change, and it'll have to be read into the record and presented after I'm done presenting here. But that also increases the density from 25 units per acre to 70 units per acre. But now this is the zoning. This is the specific rules for the parcel. And so the more specific rules, not what we're telling the state our long-term plan is, but the real rules you're going to require the property to follow include two key things. The first being that in order to get to 70 units per acre, the development would have to provide 15% of its residential units for the city's hero housing program, which you've all heard about in prior workshops. And it wouldn't be as of right that they would get 70 units per acre. It would be always the city commission's choice. A conditional use approval would be needed. So you have to provide the 15% and get commission approval in order to reach that higher density. This is the zoning map, and where we mentioned town center land use, you also have town center 1 zoning district. So the city has 4 different town center zoning districts: town center 1, 2, 3, and 4. Town center 1 is the zoning district where we're proposing to have the hero housing and 70 units per acre. Again, that is in this area of this is where the Hilton Hotel is.
1 second, please. Please turn your phones off or leave the room. It's very disrespectful. Thank you.
Okay, so town center here is along the Lehman Causeway, and then down here where the Aventura Town Center is. So that would be the location of the change. The applicant is here this evening, who is requesting the land use change and the zoning change. If you would like to hear from them, I've spoken to them. They're only here if you request them to present, as they will be presenting their project for approval at a later commission meeting. Tonight is just the zoning and land use requests. And that's it for 4A and 4B. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, just as a housekeeping matter, I think I need the clerk to read 4B. We haven't read that yet.
An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending Chapter 31, Land Development Regulations of the City Code of Ordinances by amending Section 31-21 definitions and Section 31-145 Town Center zoning districts, subsection A, purpose, and subsection B, Town Center District TC1, to allow multifamily residential densities with a maximum of 70 dwelling units per acre for developments providing at least 15% of the residential units to the city's Hero Housing Program, subject to conditional use approval, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. And Mr. City Attorney, so there's a motion and a second for 4A. I guess we'll finish with that and then I'll go to 4B.
I think that's the way to handle it, yes.
Okay, so now just dealing with 4A. I'm going to ask any commissioners with any questions or comments for Kevin. Okay, please.
I want to make sure that I understand this. So in the local planning council, the local planning meeting, which is right now, we are, should we vote in the affirmative, we are changing these rules. That will not be voted upon again at the commission meeting,
No, what you would be
or is
doing
this
is
just a recommendation?
recommending
So
to
this
the
is
city commission.
merely a recommendation. And then we will hear the rest of the information at the commission meeting, where we would then vote for whether or not we wish to accept this. This is just recommending to get to the next step.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about what's happening with, since we have so many people here listening now, the pressure from the county and your efforts to try to get out ahead of that and come up with a workable solution rather than one being crammed down our throats next year that we don't want to live with.
Certainly. And it will be a theme that we're going to talk about with each of these items this evening. What you're referring to, Mayor, is called the Rapid Transit Zone that Miami-Dade County has adopted for all of the transit corridors in the county. And we are along one of those transit corridors, the Northeast Corridor. And the big feature of the Northeast Corridor is the new Brightline station. It also includes all of the bus stops and the bus depot at the Aventura Mall, which is also transit. And what the county has said is they are requiring municipalities to increase the intensity in the rapid transit zone, meaning they need more development near the transit stops in order to support those transit services. So as new residential and commercial development is proposed in the county is urging the cities to allow for that to occur along their transit corridors. By July of next year, the city is going to have to demonstrate that our zoning is allowing for a certain amount of intensity, which is a 2.0 FAR along the corridor. And this is a step towards that, increasing density in those areas where we see fit. So we can then calculate the overall density along our corridor and document to the county that we have done what they've asked.
Thank you. And if I say anything incorrect, please correct me, but I think it's a critically important point for our residents to be aware of, that we're constantly fighting the battle for local rule and home rule as it gets eaten away by the county and by the state. And we often hear, that's enough development, just say no, but we're often not able to do that. And if we do nothing, the county is probably going to tell us what we have to do. And it may be a solution that we don't like. If you notice, I'm sure everyone has seen what's happening on West Dixie Highway, both north and south of the Brightline station. That's not Aventura. Once you're on the other side of the tracks, the county wants as many human beings as possible, as close to the rapid transit zone, that's the RTZ that was just referred to, as possible, so that people will not use cars and they will have the ability to ride the rails or take any form of mass transit that comes along. So we're trying to get ahead of that. You should understand how often, even for the smallest things, that we fight these battles. Up until last year, we were not allowed to prevent cigarette smoking in our parks. Weren't allowed to prevent it. As soon as we were allowed to do it, we did. But guess what? We're not allowed to prevent cigars in our parks. Don't ask me why. We can't. You can smoke a cigar. Now, how are you going to define how our people working in the parks are supposed to make a determination on a cigar or a cigarette? I mean, it's very difficult. We can't do background checks on firearms. I believe it's a $5,000 or $10,000 fine if one of us tries to do it. We can't do it. We're not allowed to. We can't outlaw plastic straws. It's a constant battle. So it's now come to the density as well, where the county is really pressuring us. As many of you know, because you've asked, we can't put in crosswalks. We can't put in traffic lights. We can ask. We can't do it. So it's a constant battle. I want you to be aware of it. We have an incredibly competent director of community development who is getting us ahead of that argument, but it's not feasible to say, let's just stop, because that's not going to work. So I appreciate your efforts. So if we're back, we're still on 4A. Let's take them in order. So if there's no other commission comment. Oh, sure.
I have a question, Mayor, based on what you said. Can you tell me, please, so we have to be at a 2.0, that's what Miami-Dade County says. This particular proposal, item A and B, we are going from about how many, what is it currently zoned at?
So the measure that we're talking about is dwelling units per acre. The county did remove the minimum density requirement from what they are putting forth to the cities. But they're saying you have to have a general floor area ratio, which is a square footage measure rather than a density measure. There's ways to convert from your density to your square
Floor
footage
area.
of floor area. This will certainly get us there, going from 25 units an acre to 75.
Isn't that going to get us well beyond
Yes,
what's needed?
yes.
But this is what, so what would the number be if we just wanted to meet the requirement?
But the thing is with the county requirement, it has to be calculated on the entire corridor as a whole. So you take those that are over and those that are under and come up with an average to try and meet what the county's looking for. So that is a
Here's my point.
calculation that we're.
Here's my point. Are you telling me that the county is going to come in and take down all of our buildings that are currently there because we're not meeting the correct code?
No,
No. So we're only dealing with land that's available.
you're dealing with the rules for all land in the future.
Correct. But if we only have X number of acres, we can only do so much unless we choose to build 100-story buildings or whatever to meet this, correct?
Right. It's
Okay.
not about what exists, it's what about the rules.
The
that
new,
apply.
what is the penalty? Should we not be able to meet? This particular city is relatively congested. And we're very small. So what is the penalty? Should we be unable to meet that?
In one way, there is no penalty, but in another way, what the mayor said is exactly right, is if the cities don't do that, then the county could, and based upon their stance, will impose the rules.
But what could they do what could happen? I just want to make an educated decision here. What could
They
happen?
could take your zoning authority away,
They could take your
zoning authority away.
zoning authority away.
Mhm.
By the time they do that, everything will be built up anyway, basically. I mean, okay, so we have to weigh, in other words, we need to weigh the risk versus what the outcome could be should we, want every single development to have this significantly increased area. Now, is this only for the area near Biscayne?
In this particular case, it is only for.
No.
Is it
What
what you
is
call
Miami-Dade saying? Yeah,
Yeah, RTZ is 1/2 mile from the railroad tracks,
1/2 mile from the railroad tracks.
north and south.
So where does that get us to? Because the railroad tracks are a good ways away from the east side of Biscayne.
Well, it does cover a good portion of just what you would see on the screen here. A 1/2 mile is,
4 blocks, right?
I would say,
Can you show us on the map?
if we can get my presentation back up. So if you just look at my cursor, your 1/2 mile distance is probably going to be in this area here.
So what street would that be? The furthest east,
29th Avenue?
29th Avenue.
No, you'd have 29th. It'd be further, even further east from 29th Avenue. Country Club Drive certainly would be included, West Country Club
So
Drive.
these decisions that we're making right now may impact a lot of our city to provide a lot. That's a big area getting all the way to Country Club Drive, if that's what a 1/2 mile is.
Yes, but you are not making a decision for the RTZ at this point. You are only making a decision for this TC1 district here. Just those parcels.
Right, but if you go along with what your statement is, which is they're going to want us to be doing this, or they're going to impose it or take away our ability to zone, then we have to be cognizant of this size area.
Absolutely, we
Thank you.
need to be
That's all.
cognizant.
Yeah, I just wanted to. make
Anyone
sure.
else on the commission? Okay, then, I'm gonna open it up for, public comment. If there's anyone that wants to speak on this specific issue, come forward. I don't see anyone. Okay. On this issue. Okay, come on up. And please state your name and address. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karen Evans Putney. And so as I understand it, TC1 includes what we would call Loman's Plaza, what used to be Loman's Plaza, and also the building 299 Northeast 191st Street in the corner of the old building and parking lot. And what you're saying is we're just putting density on the books, but nobody's requiring those landowners to knock down the commercial property to build residential. Is that correct? And if somebody wanted to knock down commercial property they own and build residential, they have to come back to the commission for that?
Mayor, if I can just,
Your
Oh, I'm
your
sorry.
comments need to
You're
be
right.
addressed to
I'm
me,
not
but I'm,
allowed to ask the witness. I
but,
apologize.
okay, I'm gonna allow Kevin to answer your question.
The first part of the question is nobody is requiring anybody to knock anything down. That's absolutely true. Commercial development can stay and residential development can stay and vacant land can stay. None of this is forcing any private property's hands. The second part of the question is, are we opening it up for residential? More residential than currently allowed is correct. But I do want to be clear that there is a project that has applied for this zoning. And that project will be coming forward for your consideration. And that project is not knocking anything down, but adding residential to the existing location along with the commercial that's existing.
Thank you.
And is it fair to ask, is that the 299 Northeast 191st commercial property?
Yes, it is. He's nodding his head, yes.
And I'm curious if there's an answer to Dr. Mark's question about what is our current density? What do we actually have in the way of residents in that half mile east of the railroad track?
Mayor, can
area?
I interject if,
Please.
And
I-
what-
the way this
what's
process
required?
is supposed to work is that the speaker can speak 3 minutes, comment on the ordinance that's under consideration. This is the first reading, so there'll be a second reading as well. And maybe the best thing to do is if you have questions between now and second reading is to get with the manager and get with staff so they can answer some of your questions. And then you can come back at second reading and make a presentation. But this is not really the time to do a Q&A with staff.
Thank you. My first experience, I apologize.
No, I understand. I'm just
I was-
explaining it to everybody.
I was giving you latitude because you're such a nice person, but that's not the procedure. Okay. And any questions you have, you'll get answers to. Any other public comment? Okay, then I'm going to close it for public comment. And if there's no other questions from the commission, I'll ask for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Now we move on to 4B, which we already read and was already discussed. I need a motion to approve. Commissioner Cruz, and a second, please. Commissioner Stern. Kevin, you've explained already, so let me ask the commission, any questions on that? I don't see any. And anyone from the public wish to speak on this? I see none. So we will close it for public comment and we'll have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland, Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please read item 4C.
An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending Chapter 31 Land Development Regulations of the City Code of Ordinances by amending Section 31-145E, Town Center Office Park Mixed Use, TC4 District, subsection 1, Purpose, and subsection 4, Conditional Uses Permitted, to allow multifamily residential uses with a maximum of 50 dwelling units per acre, subject to conditional use approval, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to adopt? Commissioner Joel, in a second. Commissioner Stern. Mr. Klopp, if you can explain.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. This one does take a little explanation as you have to think about what just occurred a little bit. This is for the Town Center 4 zoning district, which is where Aventura Corporate Center is. And this is a photograph looking from the AC Hotel parking lot of what exists. This is a photograph of what's proposed. Same building on the right-hand side remains in this picture, and the new residential project is to the west of that up on Biscayne Boulevard. But why I say this is a little tricky and you have to think about what just occurred. So the Aventura Corporate Center is in the same comprehensive plan land use designation town center as the Icon project. So you've just increased the potential density in town center to 70 units per acre. For Icon, you increased the zoning also to 70 units per acre. That zoning is TC1. This zoning is TC4, Town Center 4. And what's being proposed is not to go all the way up to the 70, but in this instance for Town Center 4, it's proposed to go to 50 units per acre. They do not have the requirement for hero housing, but again, they do have the requirement for conditional use. They have to come to you and ask for that density, and you would have to approve it. Town Center 4, as I mentioned, is this area here where Aventura Corporate Center currently exists. To the south of it is Town Center 3, a different zoning category. That's where Park Square is. Park Square is a little different in terms of how it is arranged, what land uses are allowed than what's proposed for TC4. And now tonight, what you're doing is increasing the density for TC4, if so approved, up to 50 units per acre. And it is the only item for Aventura Corporate Center tonight. Similarly, the applicant is here, ready to present if you would like, but would also want to reserve their presentation for when their actual zoning project, their actual plans are up for approval. Tonight, it is just the rules for the zoning district that's in front of you. Happy to answer any questions.
Any commissioners have any questions or comments on 4C? If not, let me ask the public, any members of the audience, members of our community have a comment on this specific item. Having seen none, I'll close it for public comment and roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland. Yes. Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
yes,
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Madam Clerk, 4D, please.
An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending the City of Aventura Comprehensive Plan by amending Objective 2, Policy 2.1 of the Land Use Goal and the future land use element to create a high-density residential land use category, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, authorizing transmittal, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve, please. Commissioner Cruz, in a second. Commissioner Stern. Community Development Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next 4 items pertain to the project you all know as TALL, which was before you numerous times before. That applicant has requested several changes, which are the 4 items tonight. And think of it as putting the rules in the book and then applying the rules on the map. So the first is putting it in the comprehensive plan as a category, a high density category. And then it's applying it to this parcel of land in the comprehensive plan. Then you do the same thing in the zoning where you create the rules in the book and apply the rules to this parcel of land on the map. So that's 4 items. The first is to create in the long-term plan a high-density land use category. This would allow up to 90 units per acre in limited, very limited locations. The location would have to be within 1/4 mile of Biscayne Boulevard and would have to be adjacent to existing high-density residential. So here's an aerial photograph. Biscayne Boulevard is on the bottom of the picture here. And 183rd Street comes through here. Okay. As you can see, sorry, there is quite a bit of high density in this location already with Admiral's Port, Del Vista, I'm sorry. I know the name of it, it's just not coming to me right now. These other developments here. So this parcel of land is what has applied for this. It is within 1/4 mile of the high density along Biscayne Boulevard. Okay, so they have asked for the creation of the category of high density residential in the comprehensive plan. This is the rendering of the proposed project that you've all seen as tall in that location. And that is item 4D. As we did in the previous, I will move on to 4E, F, and G and explain how they all work together.
Just if, Mayor, if the clerk could just read the ordinance into the record. for
Yeah.
for 4E.
Yes, before you continue, if the clerk read 4E.
An ordinance of the city of Aventura, Florida, amending the city of Aventura Comprehensive Plan, future land use map designation for the 1.55 acre parcel of land located at 2785 Northeast 183rd Street from medium-high density residential to high-density residential, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, and providing for an effective date.
So as I mentioned, the first thing I presented was creating the rule in the book. The second is applying it to the map, 2785 Northeast 183rd Street. Sorry, there's supposed to be a map here. Okay. I'm going to. Somehow my slides are missing. I'm going to see if I can get to that map elsewhere. Okay. So the high density category would be at 2785 Northeast 183rd Street. Unfortunately, I seem to have lost the map in the presentation. You are all familiar with the location. It is in your packet. So I would enter my packet into the record. Happy to answer any questions. I apologize for that slide missing.
Just so it's clear, this tall, this is a project that was initially approved by a prior commission. And now it's come back and it's a different configuration of
That is correct.
units, smaller units, and tall is not as tall, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Any commission comment? Thank you for appreciating dad jokes, Commissioner Friedland. Rename it not as tall, not so tall. Sure. Any comments on this specific issue from the public? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
Kevin, can you please tell me what other areas in our city would be affected by this particular change?
There are no other areas, but there are larger areas than just this parcel. For example, the westernmost portion of Point East would be eligible to ask for this. They are within a quarter-mile Biscayne Boulevard, and they are adjacent to high-density residential that already exists. So Point East, the commercial properties along Biscayne Boulevard in that particular area would be eligible to ask for this. There are no other locations that are within a quarter-mile and have that level of density.
But existing properties, let's say, existing commercial properties could decide to go residential, let's say tear down what they currently have, go residential, and they would be eligible to use this rule as well.
If they're adjacent to existing high-density residential.
And they wouldn't have to come for approval because we are making this a rule. Is that correct?
They would have to come for approval if they want to exceed 75 units per acre.
That which is the new number, the 75 units.
Correct.
Okay, and the current number is how many units per acre?
60.
60. So it's not that big a jump.
No.
Okay.
Any other commissioners? Any members of the public? Okay, I'll close it for public comment and roll call, please, on
Mr. Mayor, in this situation, I mean, 4E is quasi judicial. So the applicant has a right to make a presentation if they want to.
So I'm just doing 4D
Oh,
now.
okay, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you
okay.
voted on that.
We had 4E explained to us, but the motion on the table is for 4D.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland,
Yes.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Moving on to 4E. It's already been read. Kevin has already discussed it. I need a motion to approve. Commissioner Stern, I need a second. Commissioner Cruz. Any commissioners have any questions? Appears not. Any members of the public wish to speak on this issue? It appears not, so I'll close it.
Somebody's got their hand raised.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Name and address, please.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
Hold on.
Just one second. Were you sworn in at the beginning of the meeting for this item, or did you come in after everybody was?
Notice that you asked anyone to be sworn in on this particular item.
Okay, I need you to be sworn in at this time before you give your testimony. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm Joy Zeifer. I live at Williams Island. I don't know if any of these commissioners live off of 183rd Street. And I do. And I've lived there many, many years. I know where this particular TAO project is located. And I've noticed that you've been approving very high density all throughout Aventura since I've been sitting here this morning or this evening. I drive all throughout Aventura, and it is a nightmare. We are totally understaffed with our roads. So I don't mind that you're going to improve density, but I'm asking you a question. Where is the infrastructure of streets that you're now changing a 2-lane to a 4-lane, or a 2-lane to a 3-lane, or a 3-lane to a 6-lane on Biscayne, on William Lehman Causeway, on Country Club Drive, on 183rd Street? If you're going to improve density, you have to improve traffic. So please, as you're approving density, which is fine, you must improve infrastructure. And if you can't improve infrastructure in tandem with your density, then I don't think that you're really serving the individuals who live there, who drive there, and are impacted by the decisions that you're making today. So that's what I would like to see.
Thank you. Mr. Attorney, do you want to review the rules of decorum for?
The city
on?
has rules of decorum, and I understand the emotion associated with all these items, but there's no visible sign of support, clapping or booing. That's inappropriate at a government meeting, and the city of Aventura's adopted rules saying just that. So if people are gonna, it's viewed as disruptive and unprofessional. And if you're gonna clap, you're gonna be forced to leave the meeting. So you can show support if you want to speak, but anything beyond that is not permitted. And Aventura is not unique in that regard. Most city governments have rules that prohibit that sort of behavior in public meetings.
Thank you. And let me just say, we all live here. We all experience exactly what you experience. If you were here if you listened to what I said about 15 minutes ago, we are subjected to the demands of the county and the state. More density is coming, whether we like it or not. And by the way, we don't. It's coming. We're trying to get out ahead of it. We're trying to do it the best way we can. We would love infrastructure improvements. You see what's happening on Lehman Causeway. That's the county. That should have been done years ago. You see what's happening with the flyover on Ives Dairy. That's the state of Florida. That should have been done years ago. We do the best we can. But obviously, we're not responsible for that. We're in traffic every day as well. That's a fact. We're all in this together. We've asked Most of us have traveled to Tallahassee demanding that we get more return on our investment. We finally got some money this year so we can raise 191st Street so that it won't be flooding and closed all the time like today. So we understand, we're with you, we're not against you, okay? Blaming us is just flat out wrong. We've asked for a protected barrier so our people can ride their bikes to the beach safely on Lehman Causeway. We ask every single year. We got good news this year in Tallahassee. We were there. We got great news. They're going to fund it. Yep. In 10 years, it will be built. I'm sorry, you cannot speak, ma'am. Ma'am, we have the rules of decorum. You're going to be asked to leave it. You cannot speak again. You can, when we have good and welfare later. This is not a conversation. I'm sorry. Okay. Everyone follows the rules. Okay. I understand you're upset. You can speak later. You cannot do this. We don't do it this way. This is Aventura. Thank you. Okay. No more public comment? Then we will have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Friedland,
Excuse me, let me just say it's 4E.
correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. Someone else wanted to speak? I'll reopen for you. You got to be quicker next time. Not at the microphone, please.
Bevan, okay, 3340 Northeast 190th Street. It's more of a question that I have.
It may not get answered because it's a
It
comment.
may not get answered, I know that, but it's relating to density. And if the rules related to Miami-Dade wanting us to increase density, does it have to do with this, us having a stop on Brightline or having an actual station in Aventura? And was that known beforehand, or just because we are on that, the rail, near the rail, that we must, everyone that's on near that rail must increase density? It's just more of a question,
Thank you. Thank you.
consideration.
Kevin, would you like to answer that? Thank you very much. I'll close public comment. I'll let Kevin answer and then we'll take a vote.
It's the second. It's just because we are adjacent to the railway. It is not specifically because of the Brightline station. Now, we have the benefit of the Brightline station and the access to the transit, transit is the answer to congestion and traffic.
So just so it's clear, it's up and down the corridor. It's not because we have the station. And just so people know, I ask every single month, when are we getting the pedestrian bridge from the station to the mall? Because it's going to make a big difference. We ask every month, we get an answer. We ask the next month, we get an answer. We have $4 million sitting in escrow, our contribution to it. Not one penny of that is tax dollars. 2 million from Esplanade, 2 million from the mall, sitting in the bank waiting to help them finish that bridge. Thank you. Roll call, please. Vote. I'm sorry. Commissioner Freeland, I'm sorry.
I just want to make a comment. This goes to the project on Williams Island Boulevard that we've all been talking about. Since we have this great thing called live video, my parents are watching and they live on Williams Island Boulevard. And they are messaging me, just like all of you, saying, why are you allowing this building? Well, this building, you have to understand, is land that is owned by someone. They have the right to build this building. The prior commission, we voted and allowed the building. That's not what's being asked about today. The infrastructure, I agree with all of you. We need to work on ways to move our traffic along in our city. But this isn't necessarily about that. We will get to the infrastructure. We want to move the traffic just as much as all of you. So I want to put that on the record. This is important. This building is land. We can't stop a developer who owns their land from building what they have the right. They did increase the size, but that's not going to be what's going to change our traffic so significant. Our traffic problems are here. We need to work on them with the state, with the county, and we are trying. Just wanted to make that clear to everyone.
And let me just make one point, because based on what you brought up, which I appreciate. So I was not part of the commission when this project was approved, but I was at the meetings. And the fact of the matter is, what the owner of that property could build as of right, where the commission can't say no, was a commercial building. If you came to our meetings, which I know most of you don't, you have busy lives, but at our meetings, it was discussed, it was workshopped, and there was a traffic study, and there are more cars for the commercial building. If it was going to be the medical offices that they could build without even asking us. All they have to do is pull a permit. There would be more traffic with what they can build than there is with what we're letting him build. By doing residential, there are less car trips per day than what he has the right to build. So when people get angry and say, how can you let him build that building? We don't have the infrastructure. Well, if we didn't, and he went ahead and built the medical office building, there would be even more traffic. That's a fact, but it never gets mentioned because people are frustrated and we understand it. But those are the issues we have to deal with. We actually reduce traffic by letting him build a residential building instead of the commercial building. That's a fact. Vote.
Commissioner Friedland,
Yes.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
yes,
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion passes.
F.
An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending Chapter 31, Land Development Regulations of the City Code of Ordinances by amending Section 31-143 Residential Zoning Districts to provide for a new zoning district, Transit Zone High Density Residential, RMF 5, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to approve? Commissioner Joel and a second. Commissioner Friedland. Mr. Klopp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I went and borrowed from the applicant's presentation so I can put the map up that somehow got deleted from my presentation. So if we could get the presentation on the screen. Okay, so we are talking about this parcel where you see the red arrow zooming in this location. Here on 183rd Street. On the north side. So that is the map. And what this item does is create the category in the code, creates the zoning district or 90 units per acre. And again, it has to be within that quarter mile and they have to come to you for approval. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from the commission? Any questions? No, sorry. Any comments from the public this time? Seeing none, I'll be more careful this time. Seeing none, I'll close it for public comment and ask for roll call vote.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
yes,
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. We're going to now invoke the quasi judicial procedures for item 4G. If the clerk could swear in anyone that's going to be providing testimony.
If anybody will be providing testimony was not sworn in earlier, I need you to stand up and be sworn in at this time. This is just for this item, 4G.
Do you want to read it first so they know before you swear them in, so they know which this item is?
Okay, sure. An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning designation for the 1.55 acre parcel of land located at 2785 Northeast 183rd Street from multifamily high-density residential district, RMF 4, to Transit Zone High Density Residential District, RMF 5, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. If anybody will be speaking on this item that wasn't sworn in before, I need you to stand up and be sworn in at this time. All right, Mayor, I'm not seeing anybody.
Okay. I need a motion to approve. Commissioner Cruz and a second. Commissioner Stern. Director.
Thank you. And this is the final for the TAL. This is applying the zoning rules to the zoning map. Happy to answer any questions, but you've seen the location and the proposal.
Any questions or comments from the commission? Any comments from any members of the public? Okay, having seen none, I'll close it for comment and ask for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland,
Yes.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes,
Motion passes.
Madam Clerk, H.
An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending Chapter 31 Land Development Regulations of the City Code of Ordinances by creating and defining committed submerged open space, revising the definition of open space, amending the site development standard for open space, Section 31-143 F3G, and the multifamily high-density residential district RMF4, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Motion to adopt. Commissioner Stern, second. Commissioner Cruz.
Mr. Mayor, this one is different than the others we've been dealing with. This one is a staff proposal to resolve a conflict. You've seen this at the City Commission workshop. In summary, it clarifies the definition of open space. The proposal is to clarify the definition and to count submerged land toward development intensity. Regulations would be changed as to how that's calculated. This again is an LPA meeting, so what you would be doing is recommending to the City Commission whether or not this change that staff is proposing would be favorable. In summary, the change, and as you know, this is a rather complicated item that I did not intend to go through specifically tonight because you've all individually been this has been explained to you each individually and at a workshop meeting. But in summary, as development seeks to count submerged land toward intensity, which they are allowed to do, the rules will require additional open space in the upland accordingly. Okay, so it really, in staff's view, is protecting the public, ensuring that development that proposes to use submerged land toward their development intensity would have to provide additional upland open space accordingly. There was a question when this was brought before you at the workshop meeting of where could this potentially occur? Okay, and the answer verbally was wherever there is a parcel of land that also contains water, submerged land. And so we have a map here for you of parcels of land that also contain submerged land. As you see, it is quite a bit of the eastern edge of the city along the intracoastal. There is a lot of detail that goes into whether or not it could be counted or it couldn't be counted. You will see on here some bodies of water that are not colored in blue. Typically, that means that they are already zoned conservation, which means they could not be counted towards development. But then there's other parcels where it's zoned for residential development, which means it could be counted. But in general, we do have the belief that this conflict we found, this lack of clarity in the code that we found, does need to be resolved because it could come up over and over and over again as parcels choose to if they choose to redevelop. And I'm not saying this is happening in the next month or year or 2 years or even 10 years, but the rule is unclear and there is a conflict, and we are saying for the good of the future, we need to have this set of rules clear. So specifically what it would do is clarify the definition of open space. That open space shall not include areas submerged below water, except as specified in the specific zoning district for the area, which, by the way, there are no zoning districts which allow submerged land to be counted towards open space. And then in RMF 4, it would change the requirement from 40% of the total lot area to 40% of the lot area used in the floor area calculation. Okay, and as I explained at a workshop, what that means is as you count more submerged land for your upland development, the building envelope within that upland that you could build on gets smaller. You're allowed to have more square feet, but you have to put it in a smaller envelope. That's the proposal before you this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Comments or questions from the commission? Commissioner Marks.
This is a gigantic item to tackle. I'm going to be speaking more about this when we get to the regular commission meeting. But one of the things that I have asked publicly is that this commission be presented with an overall view of every piece of land that has any possibility of being built in the next foreseeable future, as well as the submerged land topic. And I just want it stated on the record that for that reason, I had asked that several items be postponed until we had that opportunity to meet. And I was told that most of these things will be second reading, therefore we can hear from the public and still get, and still either say yes or no at a future reading. But this one is so huge that I feel that we're rushing way too fast to do this. Many of these other projects have been around for a very long time. They're not surprises to us. And so I just want to state publicly that I just feel that we're moving way too quickly to even be asked to do this much, which is just, as you say, a recommendation right now.
Any other commission comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Friedland.
It's my understanding that we have, our city code has a significant discrepancy. And as a rule, we can't just ignore that once we're aware of it. I mean, I'm just going to say, I'm an attorney, and if I had a contract and it conflicted in two places, you have to come to an agreement. And that is what we're trying to do here. It's not how we finalize it right now, but we have to amend and create some kind of balance here. And I think that's very significant. I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Any other commission comment? And if any commissioner wants to comment after public comment, then I'll certainly allow it. So any members of the public that wish to speak on this specific item, you have 3 minutes. Please direct your comments to the commission as a whole and state your name and address. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Truly Burton. While most of you know me as a resident of Williams Island, I'm also here representing the Builders Association in South Florida. I'm their executive vice president. I think what Commissioner Friedland mentioned is correct. It seems like there is a glitch in the code. It is not clear enough. Now, whether you all as a commission approve in the future, those developments, that's a different issue. It's a lot of traffic. Even though I represent the Builders Association, there's lots of traffic. Okay, we need to resolve that. Okay, I'm happy to work with the commissioners in Tallahassee to get infrastructure money. We need it. Okay, so that's important. But as to this one, as a community, we have matured considerably over the past 20, 25 years. We've become more built out. And given the built out nature of our communities, whatever remaining parcels can create unique circumstances for Mr. Klopp and for you all as commissioners and for us as community residents, okay? Since this issue is relatively new, the existing code couldn't contemplate this at all. So I think this proposed code modification resolves this type of issue in a balanced manner. Nobody gets whatever they want, everything they want. Some people are going to say, I don't want anything. Somebody says, I want the max. This is a compromise. So I think it's fairly well balanced and we as an organization would support it and ask that move forward. Again, as to future developments, that's entirely up to you all, which I completely understand. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Who's next? Good evening. Name and address, please.
I'm Stephen Friedfertig. I lived for 40 years at the North Tower at Turnberry. I want to thank the commissioners for letting me speak. I want to thank the commissioners who took time to call me. And I want to especially thank Kevin Klopp, whose office has been totally open and has tried to help myself, attorneys, board members who have had questions. I am not against development. I encourage development on our island, especially our island, because for the last 10 years, the developer has left us with an abandoned building. It's a horror. It's a mess. It's devaluing our properties. I want it to come down. I want them to build a nice building, but there's only a certain amount that I think is appropriate. Now, like the mayor has said, certain developers has a right, and like you say, it's their land, they have a right, they could build. And this developer knows exactly what he could build. I have a letter to the city by his land specialist attorney, and that he could build 112 units. On the tennis courts, he could build 8 units. On the second part of the tennis courts, he could build 24 units, 3-story high. Behind the Sunset Cafe at the point, he could build 90 units. Now, if this developer was so concerned about what he could build, he would have not neglected a court order. A court order for 2 years, he neglected to take care of the pool properly, and he lost that whole acre. If he had that whole acre, he could have came in here, built whatever he wanted, but he doesn't have it. And we spent $5 million on that particular case. I think the city has a right to and should look at our situation and any other situation individually and try to negotiate. No one wants anything for nothing. We want a pretty island. We want your children to be able to play tennis. Open space, as you say, is very, very important. Well, how about the open space to the north and south tower? They're now going to have 2 buildings, 2 big towers in front of them. Years ago, when this developer developed, he couldn't put one single house there. It was commercially zoned. When he put the hotel there, he had to get a special variance. So that's all I'm asking is that take your time, look at each individual development, the burden that we are not going to have open space. We want open space. We want development. We want to work with the city. We want to work with the developer. Make it fair.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
Very good on the timing. And let me say thank you for thanking our excellent administration. Very few people take the time to do that. Who's next? No one wants to step up? Okay, step up. Name and address, please.
My name is Barry Silverstein. My address is 19667 Turnberry Way, Aventura 33180. Also, I'd like to thank Kevin Klopp and Ron Lawson for their help and discussing this matter. They've been great. What this is about is it's about changing a existing regulation that's been in effect for 25 years. There's no legal reason to do it. Specifically, also as an attorney, I want to address the misconception that there would be liability on behalf of the city of Aventura if this matter wasn't taken care of. Specifically, there was a case that was recently argued in Boca Raton by our own attorneys, Weiss and Sirota, that said, clearly the court said that taking no action with regards to an existing land development regulation does not create liability on behalf of the city. It's lawful, it's reasonable, and it's not a violation under Florida law. That's already been decided. So the risk of exposure to liability is non-existent. Next, if there's a conflict in the regulations, the regulation provides that the more stringent or protective interpretation of the regulation shall be applied. So in case of any conflict, as you said, Ms. Freeland, you look to the regulation, and the regulation already provides for that. In light of this recent legal precedent, it's clear that maintaining the current land development regulation does not expose the city liability. What's the problem is submerged lands. If you've got a piece of land like this that's above water, 40% of it has to be open space. Okay, so let's say this is 20 feet. 40% of it, or 8 feet, has to be open. Now, what if you've got a lot that also has land that goes from on top of the water, dry land, under the water, and it's a lot bigger, like a marina at Turnberry Isle. Got a little piece above the water, the rest is all underwater. So this is 20. This is 120. 120 and 20 is 140. 40% of that is 56. But you can only count the water, you can only count open space to land that's above the water. So that's 56. But the part that's above water was only 20. So all of a sudden there's a conflict because the guy's got a marina that's 4 times as big as a little piece of land above the water that can be counted towards open space, and all of a sudden we have to change the regulation. That doesn't make any sense. What does it create? It targets communities along the water with more pollution, more noxious traffic, more crowdedness, and contrary to what was the original intent of the land development regulations.
Thank
You
you.
all have a say, you all have sway. Let's stop this for now, like the commissioner says, and have an open discussion about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, please come up. And thank you, everyone, for your decorum. It's greatly
Hi,
appreciated.
I'm Yolanda Wolfson. I too reside in the South Tower of Turnberry. I've only been a resident there for a few years. Years ago, it was a beautiful place to live. It has been totally abandoned by the developer, the common areas. The buildings are beautifully maintained, but the common areas, with the exception of the North Tower, that the builder again has neglected for many years to do their part in making sure that their lobby is refurbished after the spot moved out. The hotel is an eyesore, and we would like to see that be changed. We would like the developer to build there. We understand it is his land and he has the right to build. However, please take into consideration, there are many of us who live there that chose that space because it was a very nice place to live. Let's forget about how much money you can make, but make sure that you build it thinking about the rest of us who already live there, and take into consideration the environment too, and the traffic that it's going to cost, and all the other things that will multiply as a result of that. That's all I want.
Thank you so much. Who else would like to speak on this specific issue? Seeing none, I'll close it for public comment, and I'll ask the commissioners if anyone else would like to address this. I don't see anyone's name here. Did you want to? Okay. Okay. So let me find my place. Closing public comment, we'll have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
No.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland,
Yes.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
The motion passes.
With regard to the LPA, I'm going to ask for,
Mayor, before you adjourn, can I
Oh,
just
sorry.
make a statement for
Please.
the audience? So I just want everybody to understand what happened here. As Mr. Klopp said, these are recommendations that are going to go to the city commission when it reconvenes in 2 minutes. But these are items that are just on first reading. So there's going to be a second opportunity either in July or September. These items have to come back by law. So in between now and second reading, if the commission approves these items, when they reconvene, you'll have an opportunity to meet again with staff and you can come back and make presentations. So this is not a final decision on any of these items tonight. The final decision is likely to be made in July or September.
Thank you. At this time, I would entertain a motion to adjourn the LPA. Commissioner Freeland, and a second. Commissioner Cruz. So I'm going to declare this meeting adjourned, and we're going to take a 5-minute comfort break for my commissioners.
Hey, sure. Yeah. Yeah, we waiting for that to be discussed.
Yes, that has not come up. That's in the commission meeting and only in the. commission meeting. So yes, that's coming up.
We're not gonna be able to speak on this one?
Yeah, we'll be able to speak, but they just adjourned the advisory board meeting. Now they're going into the city commission. Meeting. That is on the city commission agenda. So it's coming. It's coming. I know it's a long. That was a long.
Retirees, retire and. Kevin. Kobe. Hey, Kobe. How you doing, buddy? Good. How are you? Good. So I have 3 easels with some boards. Okay. I thought I was gonna put it up because I have the rendering.
Give opportunity.
Water. So I'll be up.
All those items. Your presentation is loaded.
Oh, it is? Can I see it for 1 second with you?
Sorry, hon. Okay.
Probably got a short presentation, hopefully. Maybe I should put them up over to see.
I think if you can put them up and take them down fairly quickly,
Yes.
the Providence it blocks the public, so.
Go right here.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, if you put them down on the floor, okay. Oh, thank you.
There's only one item.
Well, I think they're gonna be here. But I don't see any. That's how-
On the second part, right? Gonna read all the titles. Sure. I'm gonna be like, whatever I said before, nothing's changed. Ask the question. I know. I know. You too. Going down that way.
You know, I think I should get.
Minute warning.
Well,
Yes. You're the worst with deadlines. Yeah.
Let's get the show on the road.
Okay, we're gonna call the meeting back to order. We wanted to give you all a chance to mingle so you can see how nice it is to be here so that you keep coming back month after month after month. I hope you're having a nice time. On a,
Snacks in the foyer next time?
yes. And there is no Heat game tonight. So, on a more serious note, I wanted to mention that, this past week, we lost, former Commissioner and Vice Mayor Bob Diamond. He was actually my predecessor in seat 3 commission when I first ran for office, a true gentleman and really one of the Aventura pioneers. And he served for many years with Commissioner Billy Joel. And Commissioner, you want to just say a couple words?
Yes, I just wanted to mention that I met Bob back in the 90s. Good friend of mine for over 30 years. We were both accepted to serve on a special advisory board back in 2004. We both spent a year together. And after that, we both spent about 9 years on the commission. That was back further. I'm back again, but that was back then. But great friend, and I'm going to miss him so much. I knew him and his wife, like I say, for all these years. We've been good friends. And Bob, wherever you are, I'll always remember you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Stern, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I also served with Bob Diamond for 9 years. I sat next to Bob Diamond. He was a role model for me. He was a judge. I looked up to him, and you may not like what I'm about to say, but because of him, we have our red light cameras.
That's right.
I didn't serve with him because when he termed out, that's when I took his seat. But I do want to say, I said this many times during his lifetime. I've actually never seen someone treat their wife better than Bob Diamond treated his wife. It was, I see heads nodding if you knew him. I mean, he treated his wife like a princess every single day. And we really can all take a lesson from that. Obviously, I'm divorced, so I could have taken better lessons from him. But he really was something. So I wanted to mention that. Now, on a lighter note, we have some brief introductions of some student leaders that we should always celebrate when our young people take a leading role in helping to make our schools and our community better. So Ethan, you want to bring up these fine student leaders so everyone can introduce themselves?
Thank you, Mayor, Commission, Aventura residents. So we just had an election at Don Sofer Aventura High School, and we have our new student government here to present. Dr. McKee couldn't make it today. Sadly, he was, grinding out all the end of the year stuff. He's very, very packed. But nonetheless, we have our student government board. So I'm Ethan Bazak. For those of you guys who do not know, I'm the new president of Don Sofer Aventura High School. And we have here.
So hello, everyone. My name is Eli Borohovich, and I am the newly elected senior president of the class of 2024. And I'm so excited to lead the seniors into this new year.
Hi, everyone. My name is Pietro Oliveira, and I got elected as school secretary. And I am honestly thrilled here to be working with such amazing people by my side.
Hi, I'm Andres Pasquale, and I'm the newly elected sophomore president. And I can't wait to improve our school and to make this a better place.
Hi, I'm Alejandro Vieira. I'm the newly elected junior president, and I can't wait to do great things for the school and make the school a better place.
Hello, my name is Jeffrey Serber. I'm a rising senior, and I am the chief of staff, and I can't wait to get to work.
Hello, my name is Dylan Rinsky. I am the newly elected executive treasurer of Don Sofer Aventura High School. And I'm immensely proud of everybody in the school, as well as everybody in the SGA board.
So for those of you who have kids in Don Sofer Aventura High School, I know we have 2 commissioners that do, or maybe more, I think 2. If you have kids in Don Sofer Aventura High School, our doors are always open. These are your go-to people to talk to. So please make sure your kids know not to be shy, not to stray away from complaining to us. We take the complaints. We don't mind it. So please, by all means, get involved with Don Sofer. And then also make sure that your kids understand that we're here. Our doors are open. Commission, Mr. Mayor, we look forward to working with you guys throughout the year. And we want to make sure that this year goes as smoothly as the past 4 years have. So thank you very much.
Thank you, lady and gentlemen.
Mayor, I'm a little nervous. He's already told me he needs to make an appointment tomorrow.
Commissioner Cruz.
Okay, as long as you fine young gentleman and lady are here, I know we're going to be in great hands. Most of us had the privilege of being at the high school graduation last week, the first senior class from Don Sofer Aventura High School, and it was truly exceptional. They did such a terrific job, everybody that was involved, and we're very proud that so many of the students, a great amount of the students got bright futures, full bright future scholarships. So academically, it's a tremendous school and it's only rising and getting better. And all of you remind us why we do what we do and why we're so proud. And so we wish you best of luck, and we're also here for you.
And just really quickly, we have former Mayor Weissman here, who was instrumental in leading the charge to get the high school going. And we had the honor of her on stage, and it was an honor to be there. And I wanted to thank the mayor for that.
You stole my thunder. I wanted to say that I know I speak for all of us. It was such a proud moment for us to be there participating. There's only one first class, and that was it. And I'm very pleased that Mayor Weissman was on the stage with us. She did the official tassel flip so that the moment they actually became graduates, and Commissioner Marks had a great idea when they returned their gowns, and only after they returned their gowns, they were given T-shirts with the school logo on it, and on the back it said "Forever First," because they are. So that was really, really, I got goosebumps now, and I'm not a sensitive guy, but that was really very nice.
I'd like to address the incoming student government class, if I can.
Please.
To the incoming student government kids who are here tonight, thank you so much for running. Congratulate you all for being elected. I look forward to getting to know you over the next school year and look forward to all the great things that you all are going to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Bloom. Don't be freaked out. That is a virtual background. She's not actually in the room, but she's here with us. Okay, so having said that, let's move on. We're at, I believe where we left off, we should be at item 6 now. And so quasi judicial procedures are going to be invoked for 6E, 6G, 6I, and 6J. Mr. City Attorney, you want to?
Unfortunately, I have to read this again, so bear with me. Please be advised that items 6E, 6G, 6I, and 6J on the commission agenda are zoning hearings and are quasi judicial in nature. As such, the quasi judicial procedures of the city shall be invoked for those items as indicated next to the items. If you wish to object or comment upon these items, please inform the mayor when public comments are requested. An opportunity for persons to speak on these items will be made available after the applicant and staff have made their presentations on the items. All testimony, including public testimony and evidence, will be made under oath or affirmation for these quasi judicial items. Additionally, each person who gives testimony may be subject to cross-examination. If you refuse either to be cross-examined or to be sworn, your testimony will be given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the commission to ask questions of staff or witnesses on their behalf. Persons representing organizations must present evidence of their authority to speak for the organization. Further details of the quasi-judicial procedures may be obtained from the clerk.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, can you swear in whoever's going to offer testimony on those items?
If you will be speaking on item 6E, or 6G, 6I, or 6J, I need you to be sworn in at this time. Please stand up and raise your right hand. Again, that's item 6E, 6G, 6I, and 6J. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you could read the ordinance for 6A.
An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending the City of Aventura Comprehensive Plan by amending Objective 2, Policy 2.2 of the Land Use Goal and the future land use element to allow densities not to exceed 70 dwelling units per acre in the town center land use category, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, authorizing transmittal, and providing for an effective date.
Looking for a motion to approve. Commissioner Stern, and a second. Commissioner Cruz. Director Klopp.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to set the table again, a little bit, this is now the city commission meeting, hearing the recommendations from the LPA that were sent forward. So it's a repeat of the LPA meeting plus one item, which is Aventura Harbor, which will be a new item for you to consider this evening. So 4 projects, 10 agenda items, and then finally the one rule change for submerged land that we already spoke about. I did want to let you know that some of these items that deal with the comprehensive plan, what you're now doing at the city commission level is approving transmittal to the state. We have to obtain state comments from all of their agencies, DEP, DOT, et cetera. Get those comments back, make any revisions that the state requests before it can come to you for second reading on adoption. So it may not be July, might be September before you see some of these things back before you. Again, we're going to have some regular hearings and some quasi judicial hearings. Once again, this is the map of the projects, the 4 projects: Icon, Aventura Corporate Center, Tall, and Aventura Harbor. Aventura Harbor has 3 resolutions, and that is the only item where you are actually being asked to approve a project. All of the others, you're setting up the rules for those projects to come forward later. Okay, so item 6A, and I will go a little more quickly as these are all repeats from the LPA, is a request to increase the density in the town center land use category from 25 units per acre to 70 units per acre. This is the location of the town center. This is a project that is proposed in the town center at this time that has come forward and asked for this change. In the lower part of this map, you have the town center. You also have a section of town center in the northern part of this map where the Aventura Corporate Center and Park Square are. And 6B is related in that that is the zoning change that goes along with the comprehensive plan change for the Icon project. And so again, the zoning, somebody mentioned, we know of this as the old Loman's Plaza, it's now called Aventura Town Center. That is where the 70 units per acre would be available to projects that provide 15% of their units for hero housing. Happy to answer any questions, and also the applicant is here if you'd like them to present.
Any commission comments? I just want to say for the people that are here, when you hear the term hero housing, this is something that we think you'll see replicated in other cities, but as a city of excellence, we are the first. Hero housing is going to be a luxury apartment in a luxury building, but 15% of the units in that building are specifically reserved for Aventura's teachers and Aventura's police officers. We want the best. We want recruitment and we want retention. And if they go somewhere else, they go, but they're not going to be able to stay in hero housing. Those are going to be 1-year leases. As long as they work for us, they can ride their bike to school or walk to the police department and live in luxury in our city. So this is a really almost revolutionary. It's not workforce housing. It's not affordable housing. This is the same luxury that the other 85% of the people in the building are living in. So we think it's going to be really, really wonderful, and extremely proud of it. And our principals are very happy. I think our police chief is too, but I'm not going to ask him right now. So any public comment? Yes, sir. Are you raising your hand? Okay. On this issue? Yeah, I think you're here for a different project. Not positive, but I think so. Okay, seeing none other, I'm going to, obviously the applicant knows if they want to speak, they can. I don't think they feel right now obligated, so we'll have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Friedland,
Yes.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes,
Motion passes.
thank you. Can you read, Madam Clerk, B, 6B?
An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending Chapter 31, Land Development Regulations of the City Code of Ordinances by amending Section 31-21 definitions and Section 31-145 Town Center zoning districts, subsection A, purpose, and subsection B, Town Center District, TC1, to allow multifamily residential densities with a maximum of 70 dwelling units per acre for developments providing at least 15% of the residential units to the city's Hero Housing Program, subject to conditional use approval, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. Motion to approve? Commissioner Cruz, and a second, Commissioner Joel. Kevin, anything on this? It's a repeat.
This is the item for the zoning. Yes.
Okay, any commission comment? Any public comment? Oh, yes, Commissioner.
I just want to comment that the only way that the 70 units would be allowed is if the Hero Housing was provided for 15%, correct?
That's correct.
That is affirmative.
Okay.
Any public comment? Commissioner Freeland.
I just want to also point out that if I understand that it is only going to be for actual police officers and teachers, are those the only categories that are going to fall into the Hero Housing that are going to have this right to live there with the discounts?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm closing public because I see no one wishing to speak, and we'll have a roll call.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
Mayor Weinberg.
Yes,
Motion passes.
please read 6C, Madam Clerk.
An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending Chapter 31, Land Development Regulations of the City Code of Ordinances by amending Section 31-145E, Town Center Office Park Mixed Use, TC4 District, subsection 1, Purpose, and subsection 4, Conditional Uses Permitted, to allow multifamily residential uses with a maximum of 50 dwelling units per acre, subject to conditional use approval, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Can I have a motion to approve? Commissioner Joel, could I have a second? Commissioner Cruz? Anything, Director?
This is for the Aventura Corporate Center, increases density up to 50 units per acre. They are required to come before the commission for a conditional use approval before they can access that density.
Any commission comment? Yes.
How many units are they proposing for this project?
I'm sorry, I don't have the details of their proposal in my head. I've been dealing with so many different ones. 495. I was going to say 492. I would have been close.
495?
Yes.
And what would it have been if this was not changed to this number?
About half of that.
About half of that.
Yeah, 25 units per acre was the maximum, so now it's 50. So would be somewhere in the range of 250 would have been allowed.
And has a traffic study been done on this?
Yes.
And is
So
it doubling the traffic since they're doubling the units?
there is obviously additional traffic generated as a result of additional units, but the transportation network has been arranged to assist in providing mobility for the residents, including transit along Biscayne Boulevard.
What does that mean?
Commissioner, what it means is that we are in a transportation concurrency exemption area, which means that the infrastructure to support mobility is no longer going to be, as you heard earlier, taking a 2-lane road and making it a 3-lane road, adding turn lanes, doing things for vehicles. That is no longer a sustainable way to provide for transportation in an urban area such as Miami-Dade County. That is why the county has said you need to provide for residents in the transit areas because we can't keep adding roadways. It's not sustainable.
Commissioner? Commissioner?
So again, and I'm not going to repeat this for every one of these items, but my request to understand the big picture will prevent me from being able to approve something like this because of, the significant number. And I'm going to say publicly, with all due respect to the transit system, that I don't know that our residents look at that as a way that they want to change their lifestyle. And I think that we as a commission need to take that into account as we make these decisions. So, as I vote for some of these things, if it's a no vote, it's because not that I disapprove of the project. I just want time to be able to see the whole picture.
Understood.
So I know other people want to speak. I just want to jump in because I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin. But first of all, I think the idea is more of the people that will be buying new units are the people that will hopefully have adapted to the new method of transportation, not the people already here. And they're in the RTZ. But what I wanted to clarify, you correct me if I'm wrong, as I said, it's not in a vacuum, this 495 units. This is a project that was approved again by a prior commission, which I was not a part of. Most of us were not a part of. They've come back and I believe they've removed an element, which is a commercial building, which was actually once again going to generate more traffic than the additional residential, according to that traffic study. Am I correct?
That is correct.
So theoretically, if you believe the study, they've reduced the traffic with what they're asking for now. More units, but no commercial traffic, which is more, commercial has more trips per day than a residence based on traffic engineering studies, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that that's clear. Now, Mr. Manager, did you want to say something?
You actually brought up what I was going to say. There was a substantial portion of the project removed out of the commercial side of it. So you mentioned it. That's
And
what I want to.
Is that what the attorney wanted to say also? Okay. Oh, I'm saying it for everyone. Wow. Okay, and Commissioner Freeland, did I say what you wanted to say?
No.
Darn
Thank
it.
you. I want to concur with what Dr. Marks is asking. And for the audience that's here, we have asked for a citywide plan, a full comprehensive plan to see where we're going. And I think what she has concerns as we look at project by project in a vacuum and we don't have our city plan yet. And that's why she's saying she feels, I don't mean to speak for her, but I think she feels that
It's good.
each project, it's hard to know where they're going to fall in the comprehensive plan, and we want that for all of our residents. So without having to say it for each and every project, I think we really want that as soon as possible so we can get working on that and figure out how all of this will fall into it. Further, I want to say that is true. There was a larger residential component that was supposed to be a part of it. Commercial. And especially for all of the residents that are here, we had very high hopes. There were large negotiations with a developer many of you wanted to see in the city named Trader Joe's, and nothing to do with the city. They are no longer here. But at the time that we thought this was moving forward, we were very excited to be welcoming Trader Joe's to the city. And it is with sadness that they chose not to be here and has nothing to do with the city commission. That was another choice we had. But that was the original plan we had. That was the commercial developer that there were negotiations for. I just want to let you all know, because I've heard a lot of rumors that they say they don't want to come because of the city commission, and I will speak loudly that that is absolutely nothing we have ever had said. But again, that was a change to the plan. But this does seem like it will hopefully not add traffic to the original plan and will work for city, and I hope it'll work well in our full plan. Thank you.
Any other commission comment? If not, I'll open it for public comment on this specific item. Seeing none, I'll close and roll call vote.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
No.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland,
Yes.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, I think we're up to 6E. And did we do, am I correct?
Yes,
We didn't do D.
D.
I skipped D. I didn't mean to. Sorry, D. If you could read the ordinance for 6D.
An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending the City of Aventura Comprehensive Plan by amending Objective 2, Policy 2.1 of the Land Use Goal and the Future Land Use Element to create a high-density residential land use category, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, authorizing transmittal, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve? Commissioner Friedland, and a second, Commissioner Joel. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the first of 4 items for tall. The area involved is this area from Biscayne Boulevard, 1/4 mile to the east and adjacent to existing high-density residential. The particular parcel involved in a few of these items is in this area off of 183rd Street. So the 4 items are amend the comprehensive plan, apply the comprehensive plan to the map, amend the zoning, amend the zoning map. That is items D through G. Happy to answer any questions.
D through G.
Any commission questions or comments? This one. No commission comments? Okay, members of the public on this issue. Okay, close it and roll call.
Commissioner Dr. Marks?
Is this just for D?
Yes.
And is this the TAL project?
It is.
These are all for the tall project.
Okay, and this project was brought to a prior commission, and the only, or was it this commission? Last commission, and the only change is that they are asking for 39 more units. Is that correct? Or
They're
no?
asking for 136 units, yes.
And before it was about 100 units?
Before it was 88, I think, somewhere in that range, 88.
But that makes no significant difference in that area, correct? I believe that's what you had said.
I do not believe it's a significant difference now.
Okay. So item D, I will vote yes.
Did I,
I thought I was asked to vote.
not yet. I think I closed. I'm gonna close it to public and we're gonna have a roll call.
Commissioner Dr. Marks?
Yes.
Commissioner Stern?
Yes.
Commissioner Freeland? Commissioner Joel?
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom?
Yes.
And Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion passes.
6E is quasi judicial, so I'll ask the clerk to swear in anyone wishing to offer testimony on 6E.
Did you want me to read the title
Sure.
first, Mayor? An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending the City of Aventura Comprehensive Plan, future land use map designation for the 1.55 acre parcel of land located at 2785 Northeast 183rd Street, from medium-high density residential to high-density residential, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi judicial item. If you're planning on speaking on this item and we're not sworn in prior to this, I need you to stand up, raise your right hand and be sworn in at this time. If you're planning on speaking on this item, 6E. I do not see anybody, Mayor.
Okay, I'd like a motion to approve. Commissioner Joel, and a second, Commissioner Friedland. Director?
This is applying the land use category to the land use map for this parcel.
Okay, any commission comment? I know there's no public comment because no one raised their hand to be sworn in, so I'll close it for public comment. Ask for roll call vote.
Commissioner Stern? Commissioner Friedland? Commissioner Joel?
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom?
Yes.
And Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion passes.
6F, please.
An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending Chapter 31 Land Development Regulations of the City Code of Ordinances by amending Section 31-143 Residential Zoning Districts to provide for a new zoning district, Transit Zone High Density Residential, RMF 5, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Can I have a motion to approve? Commissioner Stern, and a second, Commissioner Cruz. Kevin?
This now creates the category in the zoning regulations. That's 6F, and then G would apply those regulations to the map for this parcel. So F is creating the zoning category.
Any commission comment or questions? Any public comment? Close and roll call.
Commissioner Friedland?
Yes.
Commissioner Joel?
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks?
Yes.
Commissioner Stern?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom?
Yes.
And Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
The motion passes.
6G is quasi judicial. Madam Clerk, please read it and then swear in anyone that wishes to offer testimony.
An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning designation for the 1.55 acre parcel of land located at 2785 Northeast 183rd Street from multifamily high-density residential district, RMF 4, to transit zone high-density residential district, RMF 5, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date. This item is quasi judicial, so if you were not sworn in before and you wish to speak on this item, I need you to be sworn in at this time by standing up and raising your right hand. I do not see anybody that needs to be sworn in, Mayor.
Thank you. Motion to approve. Commissioner Cruz. Second, Commissioner Joel. Director?
This is the final item for Tall, applying the new zoning category to the map for this parcel.
Any commission comment? I know there's no public comment. No one raised their hand to be sworn, so we'll close public comment. Ask for roll call vote.
Commissioner Joel?
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz?
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks?
Yes.
Commissioner Stern?
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom?
Yes.
And Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to resolutions. The clerk could read the resolution for item
Mr.
6.
Mayor, can I just say something before you start the resolutions?
please.
Just so the audience knows, resolutions are only heard once by the commission. So tonight is the night, if you want to speak to these resolutions, you make your public comments. It doesn't, resolutions don't come back for second reading.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Aventura, Florida, releasing the declaration of restrictive covenant requirements set forth in ordinance number 2013-12, intended to restrict the allowed density on a parcel of land located at 20605 Northeast 34th Avenue in the City of Aventura to no more than 5 residential dwelling units, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Motion to approve. Commissioner Joel, and a second, Commissioner Cruz. Director?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The next 3 items are related to the Aventura Harbor proposal. As the attorney mentioned, these are approval resolutions. This is the one time this project will be before you. The first item is to release a restriction which exists on the property to 5 units. The second is a request for conditional use approval so that they can exceed the floor area ratio limit for the parcel. And the final request is a variance for height, and I'll go through this a little bit more in detail. So this is the location of the project and the proposed footprint of the project. 34th Avenue being on this left-hand side of the screen here. Country Club Drive being on the south side. And Northeast 207th Street running east-west through the center of the picture. The building would be at the corner of Northeast 35th and Country Club. And they are proposing 22 boat slips along the north side of the canal, which they also own. There has been a substantial amount of public reaction to this in the last few days. When I say substantial, we didn't keep an exact count, but I would say somewhere between 30 and 40 emails came to the department. Much of it concerned about the visuals. And so I, having been looking at this project for quite a while and feeling comfortable with it, after receiving the input, I went back and looked and decided to put into the proposal here, or to the presentation here tonight, an aerial photograph of the existing situation. So this is looking from the west to the east. You see the canal here on the left-hand side of the screen, Country Club Drive here. 34th Avenue is actually here behind this building. And that is the proposed building. You can see superimposed into the picture. So this is before and this is after. Okay, another view. This is looking south. Here's 34th Avenue. Country Club Drive would be down here or down here. So this is 207th here. So that is the proposed building on the corner. I am of the opinion that it does fit into the existing fabric of the community. I believe that the restriction was agreed to, obviously, but is not necessary in order to protect the fabric of the community, the existing character of the location. A condition of approval has been negotiated, which is different from what's in your packet currently. Currently in the packet, it says that as a condition of approval, the applicant would provide a police vehicle, a cruiser for the police department, approximate cost of $85,000. Instead of that, they are proposing to add a contribution to freebie of $60,000 per year for 5 years. So that is a change to the resolution. And also they are asking for confirmation of approval This project, this location has been the site of projects in the past that have not been built. One of the allowances in those approvals was access across the city's right of way to the docks. So they would need to get to their proposed docks from either 34th Avenue or 207th Street. That was not included in the approvals conditions that are in your packet, so that would be added. And I have the language of that here. But I wanted to let you know that the history of the site is that it was zoned by Miami-Dade County for residential development. The city put a land use designation of community facility on the parcel when it first incorporated. The landowner came and said, no, we don't want it to be community facility. We want the rights to develop it for residential. And the city changed the designation back to a residential zoning, but compromised at that time with the 5-unit restriction. So that is the first request before you this evening, is the removal of that 5-unit restriction, allowing instead 22 units on this parcel, which is what the zoning allows. They are not asking for rezoning of the parcel. They're simply asking to be able to develop it in accordance with what the zoning would allow them if the restriction is removed. As I mentioned, the second item for this is a allowance for additional floor area. So this parcel would be allowed to have a floor area ratio of 1.5. As I mentioned, they own the canal, but they cannot count the canal towards their density. So they have to come to you and ask for a conditional use approval for that floor area ratio. But in order to ask for that, they have to commit to building a LEED Gold building. So this will be a very environmentally sensitive parcel building on this parcel if you approve them to have this floor area ratio. And the last is a height variance to allow up to 192 feet, where currently the zoning does restrict it to 80 feet. I know the applicant is here and would like to make a presentation, so I am available for questions, or I can come back after the applicant presents. And Mr. Rosenthal, if you would like to present with their presentation or bring it up when the architect is ready. Do you want me to bring up your presentation or bring it up when the architect is put up now? Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's nice to be here. And it's nice to be able to represent the people who want to do this project. Mayor Weinberg and Vice Mayor Bloom, my name is Alan Rosenthal. My offices are at 20900 Northeast 30th Avenue in Aventura, Florida. I've been practicing law in this town for about 60 odd years. Most of that doing just what I'm doing now. And that's representing developers and representing people who want to do good things for cities. Aventura is one of my favorite cities because I've enjoyed doing some of the good things that I like to do. I've had the support of the city in that regard for many years. I'm representing two gentlemen, Javier Rabinovich and Cesar Paniguan, who are here tonight, I believe. And they have a project manager whose name is Oscar Laraza, who is here as well. Kobe Carp, I don't think needs an introduction because he's been here for a very long time and is a well-known architect. We have hired to do what I believe is one of the most beautiful buildings I've seen. Mauricio Bravo is his associate who worked together with our people and our team to put this together. The landscape architect has done an amazing job on this building. I am sure when Kobe shows you the building, we have some other items that you will feel are impossible to have been done, but they have been. We have a gentleman by the name of Richard Garcia, who was our traffic engineer and worked with yours to make sure that this was not a problem for traffic at that location. We all acknowledge that it's a very busy intersection. I walk past it every morning when I walk the circle. Finally, we have Taylor Chappelle, who is the civil engineer who worked on this and is the marine engineer for the docks that will be constructed there. I'd like to thank Kevin for doing such a great job in introducing this and telling you what he has accomplished and wants for the city to proceed forward with this, because I believe they believe this to be a good thing for the city. I like to think that over the years, I have never brought a mediocre concept to the city, that all of the things that I have brought here are top quality. Some of you may remember that I brought to you the only platinum LEED building in South Florida. It was constructed, it's built. Some of you may not realize it, but to build a LEED platinum building costs $30 a square foot more than any other building. LEED Gold is a little less than that. This is going to be a LEED Gold building, and the people that are going to build it, I think, will complete what I believe to be a major item for people to look at when they visit our city. I also brought you a lovely shopping center that is soon going to be permitted for construction called Aventura Central, or Central Aventura. The boat houses that this, the boat docks that this project will provide, if any of you are boaters, having boat slips is a very, very difficult thing to find in Dade County. There are very few available, especially to people who want them in close proximity to their homes. If you don't live near a marina, you generally have to travel to someplace far away to get to your boat. In this particular circumstance, we will have 22 units, a density that is very small compared to anything nearby. The building to our east is 276 units. Each one of these units will have a boat dock that's within 3 minutes of walking time to get to. We think there's a great demand for that. And we think that these will be sold and sold at a very fine price. And in that regard, at this point in time, the property that you are receiving taxes on provides for the county and the city $30,000 a year. The cost to build a LEED Gold building, according to our builders, is somewhere around $550 a square foot. The land added to that would provide you with, instead of $30,000 a year in taxes, close to $1 million a year in taxes, which will not go to you. Obviously, you get a portion of it. It is my belief that these condos and this project will provide an impetus to people buying in this area, and they will aid and assist the values of other condos that are in close proximity. What is called the Green Paseo by some is, and was, in my opinion, a passive park. There used to be a passive park at this location called the George Berlin Park. I don't know how many of you knew George. He was a very fine guy. He worked originally for Arlen Real Estate and Development. That was the original owners of all the 25-acre parcels that were subsequently built out by the Sofers. If you look at what you will see, this park travels from Country Club Drive north to the water and then left facing the water. It is a lovely place to sit and watch the water, watch the leaves grow if you'd like to stay long enough, and enjoy benches that we will provide for you to the people that go there to sit on. One of the things that I'm sure you're all concerned with is traffic. And we were very concerned with it as well, as a result of which our traffic engineer and your traffic engineer got together and worked on this project. One of the things I think that's very important is that in John McWilliams' assessment, John is with Kimley Horn, and he's probably the best traffic engineer there. And he said, based on the proposed development of 22 residential high-rise multifamily units, a traffic impact analysis is not expected, which basically means that this project will not affect traffic in any way, shape, or form. Our traffic engineer agreed with that, and notwithstanding, we did everything that we thought was necessary to provide good traffic patterns for the units themselves. And we were asked for a trip generation analysis, which we provided, and it was in keeping with what is necessary. His report reflected that there would be a total of 6 to 7 trips during the AM and PM peak hours, respectively, which, according to our engineers, was not affect the existing systems that are in effect at this location. I could continue on with lots of other things that you've already heard from.
Let me open it up for my commissioners to see if they've got.
Sorry?
I'm going to open it up for my commissioners to see if they have specific questions of the applicant or the building director.
I am the applicant.
I know.
Yeah,
So we may have questions for you.
thank you.
I'm going to ask my commission if they have questions
Um,
while you're there.
There are a few things I'd like to say. We will have valet parking. We have provided 92 parking spaces where 49 are required. We've agreed to contribute, as Kevin has said, $300,000 payable $60,000 a year toward a freebie vehicle for a period of 5 years. We are, in addition, providing the city with 60 feet of submerged land on which they can build docks to utilize for the parking of your boat and for a school to teach kids how to sail. I remember when my kids were young, they went to a school in Dade County and enjoyed it. I think this is a really good project, and I wouldn't be here if I didn't. I'm in a position in life now where if I don't think a thing is great, I don't want to have any part of it. And I've done that for a long time. If you have any questions, I'd like to be here to answer them. If you would allow our architect to show you his presentation, it would be appreciated.
Thank you. Commissioners, what's your pleasure? Would you like to see the drawings? Would you like to see the project, or would you like to ask questions? Commissioner Friedland.
I want to add, I think we've all seen the presentation of the projects at the commission workshop. So.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kobe Karp, and I'll try to be brief. Thank you so much for your time. As Alan has mentioned and Kevin has mentioned, this is the location of the property. We are basically adjacent to the east side of the parking lot, immediately adjacent to us. The intent that we have met with staff is to create a green and environmental building. It is a LEED Gold building. We have only 22 units. This is the path of the park. It's the path of the park that wraps around the whole property. It allows the community and people to come in and walk along the water and connect back to 207. So you have that connectivity that goes all the way around. So you can come in here, you see right here on 34th, you can walk around. The benches are here that Alan was mentioning. You come around, you can look at the water. And if you desire, you can come back here and you go all the way to Country Club Drive so that you have a very positive experience. That is a connectivity that we have that comes all the way around here and connects you to the marina. We have only 2 or 1 units per floor. We have a rooftop amenity area. It's a very luxurious building, as was mentioned, small footprints, and we have only 22 units. So I'll be brief with that. Thank you so much for your time. And by the way, I brought some boards here just for your pleasure to view, to see, and anything you need. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, questions? No questions?
I have no questions, just comments.
Comments?
So I need to make a Jennings disclosure that I've done significant research. I've received many emails from residents in the community, to which I responded, thank you for your input. With that, I want us to address the proposed change, the variance. That's what we're talking about, the variance change here. That would allow for the construction of additional units. I want to make it clear that I am firmly opposed to this change. I believe this does not serve the best interest of our residents. I want to provide you all with a little bit of background and context. You can see I do my research. I read everything that was sent to me. I went back and I asked for a copy of the Declaration of Restrictions that was filed in our courts only 10 years ago in 2013 by the same owners who made this agreement. Back in 2013, the covenant was signed establishing that the owner of the land would have the right to build only 5 units, up to 6 stories. This again was only 10 years ago. The streets were already experiencing congestion, and the situation has not gotten any better. Our infrastructure has not gotten any better, and it's working as hard as it can to keep up with our growing demands. We're already being overburdened, and we're trying to fix that, but this is not helping the situation. As a public servant, I firmly believe that the developers have a right to build on their properties. They play a vital role in the growth and progress of our city, and we approve things that we feel will help the community. But I have a duty to tell you as your city commissioner, I do not think is the balance that we need. I don't believe this increase in density is going to achieve what the county wants. Going from 5 units to 22, we're not going to accomplish what the county has told us. We're just increasing what you all don't want. We talked about the county's requirements for density, but this isn't even a drop in the bucket for that. We need to reject this because it doesn't get us any closer to what the county is going to request anyways. It doesn't help us bring the tax dollars that we're going to need to make it so we don't have to increase your taxes. It's also, again, a drop in the bucket, the difference from the 5 units to the 22. And it's really just a negative impact on our citizens. We also have to point out the fact that our citizens only 10 years ago underwent a long and arduous lawsuit over this exact property. And the established agreement was not entered into lightly. There was a significant lawsuit that took place to come to this agreement, to this covenant only 10 years ago. This agreement, it's like what, buyer's remorse? The people who purchased the land know that they bought a property that had the right for 5 units, not for 22. So I don't believe that the developers or the city wanted to excessively develop our city. A contract that was established only 10 years ago is not a contract that we should be breaking. You have heard us all pass approvals today, which will increase density. And I want to work on what we need to do for the county, and I want to work on the infrastructure, but there's no reason for this change to help the developers. As your city commissioner, to our residents, we have a right to act in their best interest, and we must prioritize their well-being, their livability of our community over the interests of developers who just don't feel they're going to make enough money on the development, the project they bought. I will have to vote no for this change. I do not believe this is in the best interest of our city, and I strongly hope the rest of my community will support me as we do what's right for our citizens. So please do not clap because we have decorum in our chambers, but thank you.
Any other? Yes, Commissioner Marks.
Thank you, Commissioner Friedland, for what you said. To add to this, these votes tonight are final. This is not where we can go and talk and look at other options and so on and so forth. If this vote is yes tonight, this project moves forward. I heard you mention submerged land. That's a topic that needs a lot of discussion. And I'm understanding that in some way or shape or form, you're using submerged land. It's not that I'm objecting necessarily to the project. I'm objecting to the timing. And I'm objecting to the fact, I agree that there was a legal battle over this. And I don't like the fact that we would just unilaterally change that legal battle. Now, I'm going to recommend something that my city commissioner fortunately is sitting way over there. We need to buy that land and make it an open space and keep it an open space. We have so little open space in this city. So wait, you'll get thrown out. Shh, don't. But
Thank you, Dr. Marks.
But so this is in no way saying anything negative about the development, the developer, the attorney, but rather it's such a small area and there's nothing open over in that area, nothing. And for whatever it's worth, my recommendation is we ought to just buy it. But if that doesn't happen, at least stay with the 5 or 7 units that has been approved because, there was a lot of work that must have gone into that. I was not on the commission at the time, but I don't like upending things that have been decided for a reason that obviously had been well thought out. So the timing is really bad. Now, if this were postponed and we had time to look at this and look at it in the context of the bigger good, but the other thing, is every unit proposed to get a boat slip? All 22? Okay. And well, no, I'm assuming these would not be small boats, but rather larger vessels.
Any size boat.
Okay, so, right, but so what that brings is additional people, ingress, egress over to the property. You have to get yourself there.
Use it.
Say it again?
The only people that can use it are the.
Yes, but respectfully, if I have a boat and it's of a decent size, when I'm going out, I'm bringing my friends or I'm bringing my relatives or I'm
That's
telling
why
them to.
we have an extra 40 parking spaces.
Correct. But we have to get those people in and out. So I'm just saying, for whatever it's worth, I think the timing is not good for me. And I really agree that there must have been a reason that there was an acceptance of this 5 units on both sides, the city as well as the developer. So I can't support this just based on what I've heard this evening.
Any other comments?
May I respond to something?
Yes.
One of the things you said was everybody has a right to sell their property. Do you think that when you approved 5 units and 5 boat slips and you had this recorded, my clients at that time, they were not my clients, but don't you believe that they tried to sell those units? Of course they did.
So I want to answer
They
you.
spent 5 years, almost 7 years, trying to sell those units and couldn't sell one.
So I want to answer you. First of all, this covenant runs with the land. It says it goes on to any other owners for history. It doesn't end, but I want to let you know, I live across from 6 townhouses that sell for $3.5 million each. And they are gorgeous along the waterways. I've never seen one advertisement on this land for townhouses for $3 million. I can't, I'm not the developer, but that isn't, when you buy a piece of property, you know what you bought. This was the property. So I'm not here to support the developer, no offense to you, but 5 units and 6 stories is what was allowed. To ask me to quadruple that number, what is the benefit to my residents?
If you're. gonna
That's who I
require
serve.
this
I
per-
serve the
if
city of
per-
Aventura, and you're not going to convince me otherwise with quadrupling the number that the developer or the owner could sell or buy. And I can tell you, as I said, there are gorgeous townhouses, 6 for $3.5 million. I've never seen this be offered for sale for that.
You're talking about the ones over on 213th Street?
Yes, and if we can have this conversation all night, but I don't think it's fair to the entire commission. I'm going to be.
Okay,
I did that project.
okay. Any other comments by the commission? Okay, I want to make a comment that is not specific in any way to this project. And that is, I want the commission to be very careful about this idea. Okay, I've been on the commission for 8 years before becoming mayor. And every single time there's a proposed project, it's a very popular thing to say, let's just buy the land. Okay, there's a reason we have the #1 lowest tax rate in Dade or Broward. Okay, we can't buy all the land and have the lowest tax rate. If you think there were a lot of people in here tonight, watch what happens if the commission ever raised taxes, okay? So as far as I'm concerned, the next land we're going to purchase is going to be the land we need critically for a new school, so that 1,500 kids are not on the waiting list, okay? We can't be in the business of buying pocket parks. As much as it's nice and great for the people in that neighborhood, it does very little for the greater community. We are about to spend, I think, about $800,000 on a pocket park for a tot lot with a bathroom. We're about to spend it. Okay, we're not in a position to spend millions more dollars on a park that, quite frankly, I've watched it for years. As nice and peaceful as it is, there's very, very, very little use as a park. What we need to do is what we did in the case of Echo, where with Echo, we ended up with Peace Park, beautiful green space, and the Shore Walk, which goes all the way, an easement that goes all the way around 188 to the community center. Beautiful addition to our city. And we didn't have to take taxpayer dollars to buy a park. We negotiated with the developer. So the idea, it sounds great. We'll just buy it. Well, you know what? Williams Island wanted us to buy the island where Privé is now too. They demanded that we buy it, okay? Every single time there's been a development, the people in that neighborhood have asked us to buy it. We're not in that business, but you better believe I'm working to get us between 2 and 6 acres right now. I have another meeting tomorrow at 2:00 for exactly that purpose, because we desperately need a school and we need to fund it. And we need to do what's right for our families, okay? So we can't be buying every pocket park because the people who live next door would prefer open space. So we have to do what we can do. Has nothing to do with that particular project. It's just an editorial comment. With regard to the matter we're on now, I have a question for the director. This item that we're voting on now, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? We're voting on 6H. This doesn't give the developer anything except, and I'm speaking only of H in a vacuum, this only gives the developer the opportunity to substitute the covenant with another project. This item doesn't approve the project we just saw in any way, shape, or form, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I want everyone to understand that 6H does not approve Harbor, what is it? Aventura Harbor. It just gives the developer an opportunity to come to the commission at some point with something other than what's in the covenant. That's all that does. The comments we heard are real more directed at the ones that are coming next, in my legal opinion of 30 some odd years as an attorney. That's not what we're on right now. Okay, any other commission comments? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Friedland.
Well, I just want to make sure we don't confuse the commissioners. We are voting on whether we agree, not this project or any project, to allow them to go from 5 residential units to 22 and from 6 stories to 15. So it's not about this project or any project. It's the quantity and the number of residents. And I want to be sure we don't confuse that. That is what we are voting on, whether we change that to release them from a covenant that was signed 10 years ago.
Right, but 6H has nothing to do with 22 stories. There's nothing, or 22 units or 15 stories.
It's whether
6H,
Release the covenant.
6H gives them the opportunity to present something. That's all that one does. As we get further along after that, then what you said is 100% accurate. Yes, applicant attorney.
Time and effort went into creating a project on a smaller site with a park that could be used by our residents who haven't got a lot of parks, according to what you're saying, which may be true. And we've even put that into this small project to make it better for the community, along with a multiple of other things. So I think that you've missed the boat on what your comments are with regard to this project. I think we've done a wonderful job of keeping the density down. We've done a wonderful job in creating in a small site, even a park for people to walk through, because that was there before. And your staff said, could you figure a way out to put a park back in there? And we did.
I personally, if you're directing it to me, I understand you're creating an easement, a public pathway, waterfront for people to go and look at the boats. You're creating an easement like Echo did. And I understand that. I also understand the history of this site. I understand the days when it was known as George Berlin Park. I understand there was a sign there that said George Berlin Park. I understand people from the neighboring building came in here 10 years ago because I was sitting on this dais and they accused us of changing the zoning from park to residential, even though they were wrong. It was George Berlin Park because the owner was kind enough to let people put a sign there. I thought it was great. George Berlin was at my wedding. He was a wonderful person. We have someone here that spent decades working for him who will tell you what a great man he was. So I get it, okay? Let me open it up, if there's no more commission comment, to the public. Okay, sir?
You received a mail or an email from me
during the past week and
Sorry, you need your name and your address. You
Oh,
have
my
3
name is
minutes.
Robert Ebal. I'm
rest your
at
comments.
3375 North Country Club Drive, which is directly across the street from this plot of land. We use it for dog walking and many other things, but I mean, it's something that when we came here 10 years ago to fight to keep a high rise from in that position and that location, it took us a lot of effort, but we managed to get it to 5 stories, which is actually 7 stories, because one would be the parking on the bottom and the exercise room and swimming pool on the top. So that would have been 7 floors instead of 5, which they said that they were. As condos owners across the street from that, our building is one of the first high rises that was located in that section of Aventura. And our building is close to 50 years old. It's getting there and it's going to need a lot of work and to keep us for the 50-year inspection. But if you go and build that property across the street from us, as much noise as they're going to make with the pile driving and everything else and doing that, not to mention stopping traffic every time they're doing, it's going to be a nightmare for anybody who lives within that section of Aventura. And those roads are virtually the back roads into the city of Aventura. Biscayne Boulevard is a nightmare. Country Club Drive is a nightmare a lot of times. Plus, we have the race cars out there at all hours, day, night, and morning. So, I mean, it's a dangerous location, but we would appreciate that this building not be built to this level that you want. I didn't do
Thank
any of
you.
my notes, but I
That's what
thank you,
happens.
Dr. Marks, and thank you, and Commissioner Friedman.
Thank you. Next. Name and address, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Cheryl Gerber. I live at 3375 North Country Club Drive in Aventura. I'm the president of Bona Vista Condo Association, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors in strong opposition to the proposed resolutions granting variances for the property at 20605 Northeast 34th Avenue, which is located, as Bob mentioned, directly across the street from our building on 34th Avenue. The proposal would make a mockery of the zoning for this small parcel. The permitted number of units would be more than tripled from 5 to 22. The height of the permitted floor area would also be more than tripled from 1.5 to 4.8. The height of the building would be more than doubled, 80 feet to 192. And the number of stories more than doubled from 7 to 15. The proposed changes would essentially establish zoning for a small parcel of land that is inconsistent with the requirements of nearby parcels. This special accommodation should not be allowed. Traffic is also a serious issue, especially on that particular part of Northeast 34th Avenue, which is already choked for much of the day and would be worsened. And sightlines from the Bona Vista community would be compromised negatively, affecting the value of our units, especially with a 15-story building on the corner. Please keep the best interests of our unit owners, current residents, and Aventura community at large as the focus of your deliberations. We hope that Aventura does not grant a special accommodation for this small parcel of land. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next. Name and address, please.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, and thank you for your dedicated service. We appreciate it. My name is Michael Putney. I live at 21055 Yacht Club Drive in Aventura, and since 2015, I've been an owner of a unit at Bona Vista. I love that building and I want it to succeed. And I think, I want to simply say, I love the City of Excellence. I love living in Aventura, but the City of Excellence is going to have some damage to its reputation if you approve these zoning variances. I drove here tonight and I was stopped, of course, in traffic at 34th Avenue by Country Club Drive. And I looked over once again at this property and I thought to myself, how in the world are they going to shoehorn a 15-story building on that very small piece of land without adversely affecting the quality of life of so many people in that neighborhood? Certainly the people who live in Bona Vista condominium. Trying to build a 15-story building on that property is like trying to pour a gallon of water into a quart container. It just will not work. With all deference to Kobe Karp, who is a great architect, and I like the plan, but legally, as we know, it is allowed to build a 7-story building with 5 units. And I think that everybody in that neighborhood, certainly I, could live with that kind of a building. But 15 stories is out of scale, and it really does not benefit anybody except the developer. And of course, has been mentioned, traffic is already very difficult on 34th Avenue. It would be even more of a problem. So I would simply say you all, I think, operate in the public interest for the good of the city of Aventura. My wife Karen and I are very appreciative, but the best interest of the city of Aventura is to deny these zoning variances. Thank you very much.
Thank you. By the way, you still have those broadcaster pipes, that's for sure. Next. This was not necessary to be sworn in for this.
Okay, my name's David Pesic. I live at 3675 North Country Club Drive. For those that aren't familiar, that's about 2 buildings over from this proposed site. I've been living there for 9 years and I have seen this site sit empty and always wondered why there's not anything there. The reason I moved to Aventura is because of that walking trail in front of me. The view south of me, as I'm looking towards the golf course, the view is not eastward towards the ocean. That view has been gone for decades. So to say that the view would be obstructed is, I find to be absurd. You're looking at the golf course. To say that a change from 5 units to 22 units, 17 additional units is going to cause traffic would be preposterous. We've sat here tonight and heard about proposal changes that are going to increase the units per acre from 50 up to 75 and other high density buildings in the area. Those are what are going to change traffic in Aventura. 17 additional units are not going to change the traffic flow there. I exit Country Club Drive every single day with no issue, and I can't imagine 17 extra cars are going to make my commute all that much longer, assuming they're leaving at the exact same time I am. Another thing I'd like to address is, as a real estate investor myself, I own many properties across the state of Florida, and I recognize that buying real estate involves risk. Maybe they bought the property 10 years ago and they did plan to put 5 units on it. To say that it's buyer's remorse right now would be preposterous. They did try to sell 5 units there. I remember receiving pamphlets and stuff about those units. That didn't work out. If you want single floor units like that in high luxury, you'd move to Sunny Isles and move into Regalia and have a view of the ocean. There's just no demand for that. The townhouses would look preposterous in that spot. They're trying to change the proposal because what they wanted to do initially doesn't work. If the city wanted to buy that land, there's nothing you could put there that would add value like this proposal would. I love walking around the trail and sitting on West Country Club Drive and watching the boats come in and out on that bench there. I love sitting and walking by the boats and having additional spots to walk and enjoy our beautiful city. This building is absolutely gorgeous and designed by a top architect. I think it would just be a tragedy to the city to give up the additional revenue that this building would generate. As the land sits right now, it's generating nothing for the city. $30,000 a year doesn't cover anything. Having these units and these additional units that could generate tax revenue would be the best thing possible for this plot of land for the city. You can either get this tax revenue in perpetuity, or you can buy back this land, waste taxpayer dollars, and get nothing in perpetuity for that land as it sits. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close it. Surprising. Commissioner Friedland, you have something to say? No?
I just want to respond to that because I'm very familiar with the marina and the waterway. It actually happens to not be a flowing waterway. It is stagnant. It is an area of debris that is a muck. I can't imagine anyone stares at that water in that corner. So I just gonna have to wonder, until the last 3 months, the grass was maintained. The area was beautiful. Dogs walked, families played soccer, and it was one of the nicest green spots in the city. I'm not proposing that the city purchase the land, although that'd be a lovely thought. But what I am proposing today is that we think about our residents when we have a covenant for 5 units and to put 22. Thank you.
Mayor.
Yes.
May I approach for just 1 second? My name is Kobe Carp, and I've lived in this community since 1988, which is not as long as some other individuals have. And I have deep respect to the people who spoke before. When the client came to me, and yes, there is a previous agreement, as Commissioner Friedland has said, what is it that I can give to the community? They came to me and said, Kobe, what can you do to give to the community? At the ground level, I have a lobby, and that's it. I have a drop-off. The rest of the land in the front is all landscaped. The rest of the land on the east side is a linear park open to the public with benches, with a view of the water. When you are coming to the water, you turn around and you walk back to the west along a linear park that we are giving to the public. You don't need to buy the land. The land belongs to you. Whatever easement, whatever restrictions you wish to put upon the property, it is for the public. Yes, there was an agreement. I'm sorry, I'll sit down, Commissioner. No, it's okay for me to talk? Yes, ma'am. I just want
Go
to
ahead.
put it on the record that our intent is to take the land, and there's no piling being driven. We're not doing that. We're doing auger cast. Whether you build a 7-story building or you build a 15-story building, it's going to be the same construction as a 3-story single-family residential. But I won't bore you with those details. My job was to give back the land, as much of the land, back to the community and to the public. The land is about 25,000 square feet, and you can measure what it is that we're using. We have an FP&L vault, we have an emergency room downstairs, and we have a lobby. Everything else goes back to the public and the community service. I'm sorry to interrupt. Forgive me.
Perfectly okay. Commissioner Friedland.
I apologize, Mr. Carp. I have to respond to that. There is a marina that is along the waterway, and that marina is not part of the same developers. The developer doesn't own that marina. So there's always going to have to be ingress and egress to that marina, regardless of what is done with this property. You can't restrict the access to that marina. I just want to point that out. There's about 40 boats there that are privately owned dock slips. So there's always going to have to be access. You're only going to leave an access with your proposed plan, which is not what you're voting on today, which is not what we're voting on. That proposed project, you want to leave access, but there's always going to have to be access left no matter what, because 40 other people keep and own private boat slips.
And access is true, and access you shall have. But above and beyond that, we are providing a linear park
There.
all the way around, and as much as we can on the property. I'd love to sit down with you, Commissioner, and walk you through that in your convenience. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Stern.
Because tonight's vote is binding, I really think that we waited so many years, and for us to make a decision tonight after all that's been talked about, I think is a mistake. I think the project is beautiful. It's no question the previous speaker. I appreciate your words, but for us to not review this project and bring it back and relook at it, I think we're making a mistake. For us to deny it or approve it tonight, there's going to be no winner. So what I would like to recommend is that we review the project and not make a decision tonight if that's legally allowed, and see if we can figure out a way to have more compromise.
What would be the process for that suggestion?
Well, I believe, and the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, I think you have a motion and a second to approve agenda item 6H. So if there is a motion that's being made to defer that item to a later date, that would take precedence over the main motion. But I didn't hear the commissioner say that, but procedurally, that would be the way you could work it. If there was an interest in deferring the item.
I guess the only way to know that is if Commissioner Stern wants to make a motion and you see if it's seconded.
Well, I think it's also going to apply to H, I, and J, so I don't know if it's applicable now or if it's applicable on I and J, because I believe H is not necessarily the major decision. It's more I and J, so I need advice on that.
Well, I mean, H is in front of you. So I think you need to act on H and then you can go to I and J. I don't think you should aggregate the three of them.
So first things first, if you want to make a motion to defer item,
I'd like to make a motion
H.
to defer resolution H.
is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Bloom. Any discussion? Please.
Well, if I understand H, these are whether we are going to agree to give up on a covenant that's for 5 residential units to move it to 22. It's not about this project, Kobe Carp, you're a wonderful architect, beautiful project. It's not what's here. It's whether we are going to take a project, land that is only zoned for 5 units and move to 22 and 5 stories and go to 15. And I don't think that's ever going to be, in my opinion, what's right for our city and our residents. We're doing everything else where we see it's in the right interest of our residents and the right interest of a project, but this is not. So the vote, I don't think a deferral on this makes much of a difference. I'd rather that than moving forward with it, but I don't think that makes a difference. I'm never going to support going from 5 residential units to 22 for our community on this particular spot.
Okay, so the item or the motion to defer on H doesn't mention a number of units. It doesn't mention any specific project, just the covenant. The idea then they would have to come back with something. It could be this, it could be something else. I mean, I think they might be reading the tea leaves. I don't know, but in any event, for now, this is the motion and there is a second. Is there any other comment on this particular motion? If not, then I'll ask for a roll call vote on the motion to defer 6H.
Mayor, I just wanted to clarify the motion to defer is not to a time certain.
Let's ask the motion maker. Do you want to defer it to next month or?
I think we need to go back to a workshop and we need to relook at this holistically and see if we can figure out a compromise.
So it's not to a date certain.
Okay. Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland,
No.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
The motion to defer passes.
Okay, that brings us to 6I. And I think I understand what's going to happen here. We're going to end up with motions to defer the next 2 items. It would only make sense, but if the clerk will read 6I.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Aventura, Florida, granting conditional use approval pursuant to Section 31-143E 2AC of the Land Development Regulations and the city's Green Building Program as set forth in Article 6 of Chapter 14 of the City Code to permit a floor area ratio of 4.8, where the Land Development Regulations permit a maximum floor area ratio of 1.5, for the development of a residential building to be constructed at 20605 Northeast 34th Avenue and providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm asking for a motion, but let me ask the motion maker from the last motion. Do you want to make the same motion with regard to
To
this?
make a motion to defer this item as well.
Do I have a second? I have a second, Commissioner Cruz. Any comment? Okay, let's call the roll.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
No.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland,
No.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
The motion to defer passes.
6J, can you please read that, Madam Clerk? Oh, I'm sorry. It's quasi judicial, so read it and then swear in anyone that's offering testimony.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Aventura, Florida, granting a variance from section 31-143E3B of the city's land development regulations to permit a height of 15 stories, 192 feet, where a height of 7 stories, 80 feet is permitted for the property located at 20605 Northeast 34th Avenue in the city of Aventura, and providing for an effective date. This is a quasi judicial item, so if anybody would like to speak on this item, you need to be sworn in at this time if you were not sworn in before. I don't see anybody, Mayor.
Okay, I need a motion. Commissioner Stern, would you like to make the same?
To
motion?
make a motion to defer item J.
Can I have a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Bloom seconds. Any discussion? Okay, let's vote.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland,
No.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
No.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes.
The motion to defer passes.
Okay, we're moving on to,
Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
thank you. We're moving on to first reading of an ordinance. This is 6K. You read that, please?
An ordinance of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending Chapter 31, Land Development Regulations of the City Code of Ordinances by creating and defining committed submerged open space, revising the definition of open space, amending the site
Please exit quietly.
development standard for open space, section 31-143F3G in the multifamily high-density residential district, RMF4, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, and providing for an effective date.
Can I have a motion to approve, please? Commissioner Stern, and I need a second. Commissioner Cruz. Kevin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the ordinance that you heard about at workshop and at LPA to clarify and resolve the inconsistency having to do with submerged land and open space. I'm happy to go through it again, answer any questions, but I think you've heard it several times.
Any question or comment from the commission? Any comments from the public? Okay, seeing none. Huh, funny, a lot of empty chairs all of a sudden. Let's have a roll call.
Commissioner
Vote.
Friedland,
Yes.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
No.
Commissioner Stern,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes,
Motion passes.
Commissioner Stern?
I just want to thank Kevin. Kevin, this was the most work I think you've done since I've seen you, part of the city. You made it very easy for us, the way you explained everything, not just this, of course, all of the resolutions, ordinances. So on behalf of the commission, I know I'm speaking, thank you very much for really helping us and the audience, obviously making it easy for them to understand what we're doing.
Thank you, and I would apologize for having so many on one night, but it really is out of my control. When the developers turn in the applications, they have a right to be before you. There's a lot of work for us to put them all together in one meeting. Thank you.
I just,
Commissioner Cruz?
I just want to also say to Kevin, not only for all these resolutions and all these items that came up today, thank you for clarifying, but also particularly for this with the item that you did with the submerged lands and how you came up with that percentage and really made it so it can go across the board. I thought that was ingenious and we really thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, Director. Number 7, second reading of an ordinance. If the clerk could read item 7.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Aventura, Florida, amending ordinance number 2022-20, which ordinance adopted a budget for the 2022-2023 fiscal year by revising the 2022-2023 fiscal year operating and capital budget as outlined in Exhibit A attached here to, authorizing the city manager to do all things necessary to carry out the aims of this ordinance and providing for an effective date.
Can I have a motion to approve? Commissioner Stern in a second. Commissioner Cruz. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a mid-year budget amendment. From time to time, we have expenses that come in, and in some cases, we receive revenues we're not expected. It also accounts for sometimes projects that we have to do out of our rotation from our capital improvement plan. I'll give you one such example. This year, we had to budget or allocate $1.5 million from general reserves to install the air conditioning for the building. It was something we were hoping that would last a little longer, but because the lead time right now for air conditioning equipment takes so long, we had to put that into this budget. Also, you see that we're creating, and by the state, we had to separate the building or community development or building department funds from the general fund. So you'll see a few $1 million coming out of the general fund, but going into a separate building fund because the state doesn't want cities to use their building departments to create revenue to run their city. And that's basically to keep costs down and make it good to do business. So you'll see in and out transfers like that. An expense that had gone up was electricity and water. They went up this year, so we had a budget a little more for their electricity, $40,000, and in water, $180,000. But those are kind of the mid-year budget amendments.
Thank you. Any commission comment or questions? Commissioner Stern. Sorry, your name was there. Inadvertent. No commission comments. Any public comments on that issue, on this issue? On this issue, okay, close it for public comment, roll call vote.
Commissioner Joel,
Yes.
Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
Commissioner Dr. Marks,
Yes.
Commissioner Stern.
Yes.
Commissioner Friedland,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Bloom,
Yes.
and Mayor Weinberg.
Yes,
Motion passes.
reports, any commissioners or the manager or the attorney or the clerk have any items to report? Yes, Commissioner.
I'm eating my cookie. My report. I just want to say we had an absolutely wonderful graduation for the high school. The first graduation, which the mayor mentioned. And I think the kids did an amazing job. The staff did an amazing job. And we should be very proud and look forward to lots and lots of great events like this.
Thank you. Any other reports? I'll give a report on the U.S. Conference of Mayors at a later date in an earlier time in the evening. Commissioner Cruz.
I just want to say before, as we were thanking everybody in the high school and former Mayor Enid Weissman, I also want to give a shout out to Commissioner Dr. Marks for, I know you spent a lot of time and energy making sure that that first one, since it was their first one, they weren't very experienced in doing that, you gave them a lot of great advice, and we were thankful to you for that as well.
Thank you. Any other reports? If not, we'll move to item 9, public comments, and I'll ask the city attorney to explain the purpose and the rules.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So this is the opportunity for the public to speak on matters that have not already been addressed by the commission, things that are within the jurisdiction of the city. You have 3 minutes to present or make your comments. It's not a time to have a dialogue with the commission or ask questions of commissioners. It's just make a presentation or comments for 3 minutes on relevant city matters.
Thank you. Who would like to lead it off? Come on up. Name and address, please.
Jeffrey Schwager, I'm a resident and member of the board at Aventura Marina. The mayor and commissioners have unilaterally decided to disregard an agreement to not repurpose Founder's Park without the consent of the neighboring communities. In addition, they made no effort to reach out to those communities to inform them of their decision, nor was a sign posted at the park until after construction began and a cease and desist order was submitted by our communities. What research was done regarding regarding noise pollution? A quick Google search would show complaint after complaint regarding the noise produced by pickleball courts. According to a study at George Washington University, a single pickleball court produces an average of 45 to 50 decibels and peaks at 55 to 60. The EPA has identified 55 decibels as the maximum that can be maintained without impacting the health and welfare of people. And that's just from one court. Now you multiply that by 6, then add 3 tennis courts, then the sounds of the people and cars, and the result is intolerable. And it's not just the sound level, it's the frequency of the sound. The pickleball and the racket are both very hard and emit a higher frequency sound, which is particularly annoying and damaging. On April 4th, 2023, the city of Denver closed 16 pickleball courts at city parks after inspectors found that noise levels exceeded 55 decibels. Our pool area is located right next to the park. The constant noise would make our pool area unusable. Losing our main amenity would certainly impact the market value of our homes. We have many apartments, including mine, whose windows and balconies face Founder's Park South, which we would no longer be able to open and enjoy. There isn't anyone in the city government who would like to have this next to their home. A recent CNN business article cited many complaints, lawsuits, and injunctions which have been filed due to the noise. They described the noise as torture. They quoted a noise mitigation company official who stated that even with the best attempts at mitigating the noise, these courts simply do not belong near residences. Is the city of Aventura ready and willing to defend hundreds of lawsuits when realtors start telling unit owners that they can't sell their homes or they must take drastically reduced prices due to the noise? Are you prepared to spend this money to construct these courts only to have to close them down when the noise levels are shown to exceed EPA guidelines? Attempts at mitigating the noise at street level only directs the sounds upwards towards our apartment units. I just returned from Europe, and one thing that struck me was that all the major cities such as Amsterdam, Paris, and London, they take such pride in their green, open, quiet parks. They show them off as much as any landmark that they have. Here we have something that can be turned into something special. A green, quiet park is an asset to any quality community.
Thank you very much. Who's next? Step right up. Name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is JP Valdez. I'm a resident.
I'm sorry, you need
Aventura.
to say into the microphone. It's
Sure.
not going to catch you on the broadcast. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm JP Valdez. I'm a resident of Aventura Marina and a member of the Homeowners Association there. And in both capacities, I want to express our disappointment and also issue an invitation to the city with respect to the repurposing of Founder's Park South. And the disappointment comes from two things. One, it seems like the city is intent on ramming through this project, ignoring the written standing agreement governing the use of the land, but also the concerns and the needs of the residents that would be most affected by it. And the second reason is that it seems that there's an urgency behind spending funds that need to be purposed for a project, something, before they become unavailable. And in my corporate experience and as an entrepreneur and a business person, neither of those circumstances are good conditions for successful outcomes of projects with long-term impact. So the invitation is for the city, for you as city leaders, to be open to and available for collaborative dialogue with representatives of Hidden Bay and Aventura Marina under a framework that accounts for the written standing agreement for the use of the land and the concerns and the needs of the residents that would be most affected by the project. And that we collectively find a solution that is both fair and concerted, instead of ending up with a project that feels imposed on and unsympathetic to the needs of those that are the closest neighbors to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Name and address, please.
Yes. My name is Chris Joyce. My address is 3330 Northeast 190th Street. Council members, city manager, city clerk, city attorney, and city staff. Thank you. I am grateful for your service. And you really worked hard tonight. That was pretty amazing. So I'm going to be quick. Regarding Hunters Park South. We've been watching it develop over the course of a year now. And we wanted it to go through the public course and wanted you to make a decision. You made a decision last month to ignore the covenant of the land and to reduce green space in our community. And it kind of focuses around the fact of estoppel, and we did not stop you from putting in the tot lot and the sprinkler fountain and the community garden. All those things are actually passive and important activities for community parks. And now we're at the point where we have to debate between an active park and a passive park. And an active park is where effort is put into and you actually sweat. A passive park is not sweating, putting activity into it. And it's important for a portion of our community, like the splash pad or water fountain or whatever you refer to, and the tot lot is important to that age group's developmental stage. You know, they learn to play with each other in a passive way. The southern portion of the park, Hunters Park South, I mean, that's probably where they went when they were bonding with their parents in their baby carriages. It's a quiet space of reflection. So there's that portion of our population that it serves. And I just wanted to remind you of that and to figure out a way where we can work together to save this park as it is now. So, you know, I'm just asking you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else? Okay, well, listen, you need to stand up and come up. Name and address, please.
Margarita Rosenfeld, and I live in Aventura Marina too. My question is, before you decided to build the pickleball courts, did you do any OSHA study? Because OSHA has a requirements for levels in residential area. And I am reading it, and it's all in residential area tend to hang around 45 decibel. And I can guarantee you, if you're gonna measure it, it's gonna be more. Because I was watching the pickleball championship on TV during over the weekend, and the noise was quite loud. And I think you guys, I understand you want to do recreation for citizens, it's all fine, but you have to take our well-being in consideration too. I mean, why not to build a pickleball court on the north side and maybe move another court to the south side if you already decided that you want to develop this park. I think this is a very serious business because this is a liability, it's a liability, that's a liability for everyone. And if you're gonna build this courts and the study is gonna show that it's over the OSHA limit, I mean, it's not gonna be good for everyone. Because before we're doing things, I mean, you have to look from all sides and health. And this is why OSHA was created to look after our health. I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Roy Gal. I'm living in Aventura Marina 2, 3330 Northeast 190th Street. I'm also a board member in Aventura Marina. I came here today to protest the pickleball court that you guys want to build next to us. My biggest concern is, and actually Ms. Riedman did half of my job. She waived the contract that was done 10 years ago with another project. And we have a contract with the city. We have a contract with the city, and the city mayor, the city attorney, last time when Bevin challenged this, said that this one is basically we forfeit our rights by estoppel and equity. And my question is to the city commissioner, how can we forfeit our right? Did we need to give a decision for the what's called the splash pad? Did we need to do something? Or how are we objecting something like that? But I think the city is reading the contract wrongly. And it said in the contract, in the event, in the future, the city choose to modify said plans, shall be notify us and take suggestion in good faith. And we are not taking, you're not coming to us. You didn't ask us. Did you send a letter? Did you ask us? Do you know if we even object to this matter? So, you know, we can go all of this legal back and forth and discuss about it. I know you already approve it, but at the end of the day, you know, we're here as a community. A lot of my friends are here. We want to find resolution. So I'm asking all of you to slow down, stop it. Let's cool down for a second. Let's sit down, let's talk, find resolution, and make it a good thing for everybody. Because currently, our community, which 1,000 family, over 1,000 family are not happy. And, you know, we're not gonna let it go very easy, but we wanna sit down and talk. And I think by negotiating, by listening one to another, we can resolve it. Thank you very much for everybody, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Name and address, please.
You, everyone, Bevan OK, 3340 Northeast 190th Street. For a moment, imagine if this was happening to your community after donating a park. I'm pretty sure you all would be on this end of the podium trying to convince the city they were making a mistake. While many communities may have the not in my backyard argument, our community actually has a contract with the city. This is about the law, an agreement, and the restrictions accepted by the city in exchange for the park donation. It's a covenant that runs with our land. Maybe the city's one paragraph legal analysis was good enough to secure grant money, but the standard should be much higher to void the terms, intent, and good faith of an agreement. Please read the agreement, and I'm very happy that you guys do read the agreements and see the stacks there. Read the agreement, not as an attorney, but just as a voting member. Here are some highlights. It's an agreement lasting for a lifetime until modified or released by all parties in writing. That's on page 14. Even if the city conducts business in a public forum, the burden is to seek prior approval from us, not for the grantors to object. That's on page 6. Even if the city does not get prior approval and chooses to modify the park, the city shall notify parties and act in good faith. Page 7. The city shall construct park site and utilize on a continuing and recurring basis with substantially the same plans that were the original on page 5. And the city also agreed, this is an interesting one. The city actually agreed to be stopped. The city agreed to be stopped if they were to diminish or reduce or change for whatever reason, these are in the language, the grantor's rights, including the park site. That's on page 4. Per legal consultations, the city's stance of waiver and estoppel to void the agreement is a stretch. It's even more surprising that they agreed to be stopped if they diminished our rights. So we have, I think we have the law on our side. At this stage, the city has received 2 letters from the boards of Aventura Marina and Hidden Bay to cease and desist. It's a sad day for everyone when there's a legal battle between the grantors of Founders Park and the city. That's sad. Please, please meet the communities and let's resolve this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, name and address, please.
Noah Alweiss. I'm a property owner in Hidden Bay and Aventura Marina for in excess of 10 years. First of all, thank you for your service. I applaud all of you for the proactivity in repurposing or attempting to the Founders Park South. I am awfully concerned and I find it applicable that the level of concern with regard to green spaces in general and the applicability of those open spaces. I just want to establish some objectivity. I'm a huge tennis player and a pickleball player as well. I play weekly. In addition to that, in Hidden Bay, we already have pickleball and tennis courts, which I use frequently as well. So I wouldn't be using these courts. Commissioner Friedlander, you had mentioned your focus on the details and all of these open spaces. And I just wanted to mention perhaps an oversight here. As a previous president and treasurer of Aventura Marina as well, I know all of these details, but living there, most importantly, is very revealing. Behind the guard gate, there are in excess of 500 residents. The combined guard gate for Hidden Bay and Aventura Marina 1 and 2, plus their easement and marina. On a daily basis, we have in excess of, for multiple hours, 30 cars in line to get into the gate. We have 2 crosswalks that go back and forth between Founders Park where baby carriages, et cetera, dog walkers, et cetera, are used constantly. Pardon me. Another, the most concerning for me is the ingress and egress of the actual Founders Park South. Simple multiplication. If you have 5 to 6 courts, if you were to consider doubles in the number of participants that you're in excess of 20 cars that would need to be utilized. Where are you going to fit those cars? There's currently only 5 to 6 spots there, 2 handicap spots. In addition to the noise concerns, which wouldn't even affect me in Hidden Bay, but I think in general, that has to be considered. The noise, I go to Boca on a weekly basis. They specifically have repurposed in the municipality certain areas that are allowed and not because of these noise concerns. If you follow across the country, these are legitimate concerns that some other local residents have brought up. And also you had mentioned the fantastic job, which I agree on, the Echo Park that you did in 188th. See what happens if you were to go over there and try and repurpose that to a pickleball court. It'll never happen. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Who's next? By the way, the timing tonight, spectacular. You're all within 3 seconds of 3 minutes. It's very, very impressive. Yes, name and
Well, we're
address.
still standing or sitting. Marge Rosenblatt, 19333 West Country Club Drive. My teeth are chattering. I'm so cold. I want to thank you. I want to thank you all. Rachel, Commissioner Freeland, I appreciate what you did tonight. that you stood for the residents. Dr. Marks, I appreciate what you did, but you asked so many questions. I was losing track of which number or which letter we were on. Commissioner Stern. Yes. I don't know about deferring, but I do know that I appreciate that you came, Commissioner Freeland, with all the information. I've worked with our community development director, and I know how thorough he is. I think you should be given breakfast right now because you must not have any strength left. So thank you, and I'm proud to be a resident still.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Yes, come on up. Name and address, please.
Hi, Ariel Penzer. I'm a resident of Aventura Marina. I thank you all for your service, and I thank all our board members and residents who took 4 hours of their night to come fight for this injustice that's happening. I echo all the statements of my previous residents that have spoken. We have a document that our building donated this land to Aventura to have this park space with specific restrictions in place. There's restrictions about how many nighttime events that can happen. I know pickleball is an evening sport because of the heat, and there's absolutely no reason that you guys should go ahead with this, knowing that we have this document in place with such restrictions. You can argue till we're blue in the face about the noise problems and about the traffic, about the environmental impact, but we don't know because none of those studies were done. You guys have admitted that none of those studies were done. There was no intent picture put outside about what you guys were doing. I don't know if you guys were trying to hide it from Aventura Marina, but I know it was not brought to us like the document states that it should be. Our pool would be absolutely unusable. There's an entire neurodivergent community that relies on spaces like this, quiet spaces. I've seen countless posts on Facebook about how disappointed these neurodivergent parents are about losing the space, and they don't have a space to bring their kids, a quiet space. You guys talked about developers donating land for park space in the future to keep our green spaces. Why would any developer trust you guys after going back on a document with Aventura Marina that clearly states the use should be restricted? How would any developer in the future trust that you guys would hold to your word after not holding to your word? I hope and I implore you guys to do the right thing, and I really, really hope you guys do. And I'm telling you that there's a lot of people that are very passionate about this, and you will not hear the end of it if you don't do the right thing. Thank you so much for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Anybody else? Name and address, please.
My name is Colon Nunez, Mayor, Commissioners. As you may know, I am a resident of Aventura for 30 years, and I have the privilege to be the tennis director at Founders Park. We have grown tremendously over the years, and we have over 900 people that come and play on and off. We do know, and I respect the opinion of all the people living at the marina, because one of my clients live there, which he told me that he can see the ball, the pickleball court at Hidden Bay, and he hears no noise from there. And he sees the park where the construction is going to be, which is a lot farther back, but I don't live there, so that's his opinion. All I need to say is that we are in great demand for more tennis and also pickleball that is growing very much. I attended the special event where a couple of my players played, Michael Chang, McEnroe, and Agassi, and a couple of other guys. And it was a very, very big success. I do know that people don't feel very happy about it, the building at the south, but If we can find a place that we can do it, we definitely need more courts. If I do know that also the commissioner and the mayors have done the studies about where to put the best place where to put them. So I leave everything up to you guys, but we do need more courts. We do need a lot of the tennis people around the area, and pickleball are demanding that. So they're all residents as well like me. So thank you very much, and I hope you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to speak? Or I'm gonna close public comment. And I'm gonna ask the commission if there's any other business. Any other business? If not, I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn. Commissioner Marks, I'm gonna ask for a second. Commissioner Cruz. And anyone in favor? All in favor, say aye. Anyone opposed? This meeting is adjourned.